Okay, I am just watching an incident here going on right now in London, and we're just going to keep an eye on things. Open this up a bit. Let's put me on top. There we go. I'm going to change that to my live. Gonna have to change that. Let's try. Back in a second. Creator. Live stream. Go back. Change that. Switch to that. Go in. We will watch live. Good night, mate. I'm not sure what's going on here right now, but we're going to keep an eye out. I'm going to record everything that's going on. I've got a couple other feeds here. We'll see. And we'll add this one in. Move that up. So there's gunfire going on. Let me see if that's coming through. I'm going to check another sound here. Yeah, okay, that's coming through. I've got a live. Keeping an eye on what's this officer doing. They're saying a significant amount of gunfire that's going on. Happened for a while. It only happened 5 minutes ago. Come on. Come on. What's going on? 10 minutes. Yeah. So it took 2 minutes for the police to respond in major force to this incident. And they said 10 minutes. That doesn't. It's on London Bridge right now. London Bridge Station, there was some gunfire. Transport for London Bridge Station has been closed. We're just keeping an eye on what's going on. Just not putting those through. They're putting them through on mine. Okay, I see it. Let's shift that. I'm going to look for some more other feeds. See if we can get another feed going in here. Let's look on here. Something bad is. Get back onto here. What do we have here? There's been a terrorist attack. Okay, so they're naming terrorist attack already. And a series of stabbings. Okay. Keep looking. And we're looking. Keeping an eye on gonna find some other sources here in a second. Two incidents is going on. Okay. At Borough Market. So, are they going to start promoting more hate? Let's keep a watch. Let's see how fast they name people. Routers. Let's see if we can find routers. See when routers announced it. Breaking news. Routers. On the wire. Come on. Come on. We'll go into UK. It should come up right away, I would think. Police rush. Here we go. We'll go on to here. British police rush to an incident. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Keep an eye on here. One witness told Reuters she saw what happened here. 3 people with knife wounds and possibly their throats cut. Right. Okay. Pop concert. And of course, they're announcing the Ariana Grande concert. The Manchester bombing was, and this is posted Saturday, June 3rd, 11:13 p.m. British Standard Time. Okay. Okay, what do we got? When the Manchester, oh no, it's going back onto the bonds. Let's go back onto the news feed. Repeat, showing the same looped. Let's close that one down. This exact same looped. This guy on the bicycle is going to be showing a lot, I can tell. Okay, here we go. Yeah, well, I'm just watching everything. I'm just analyzing Markson and trying to get all those news feeds, not making any judgments, not making any calls. Just watching the loops, trying to get all the reports, trying to get it all live as it's happening. I came on here as quick as possible. We're going to look through Reuters. Let's see what RT is saying. Let's go with RT. See what they're doing. Here we go. Okay, we'll go on to RT. See what they have to say. We'll try and keep everything running active. Let's go back on here. Tell me if you want me to do anything. No, I'm not going to call it anything. I never call anything until we see everything comes in, and that won't be for a day or two. I mean, this is just happening now. So how can you call anything? There are evil people in the world, and unfortunately, they do nasty shit. Let's see what we got going here. Let's see if this comes up. The stream is starting to run a little slow. There we go. So they're showing a repetitive scene here. Keep an eye. Yeah, definitely some gunshots going off. We'll keep watching. Keep an eye on this. I'll switch over to another one in a minute. So this fella's saying the police have been firing on him. Okay, so they're looping through on this shot again. Let's go see what we got here. Conflicting accounts claim that between 1 and 3 attackers stabbed. At least 5 people were injured on the bridge. BBC reported it was not immediately clear. Gunshots are from the police, apparently. Here, I'll turn off, turn the sound. We'll turn that down a touch and wrap it. Oh, now the news is saying that they were fired before the police were there. And there we go. Same loop, same loop, same loop, same loop. We'll see if we can get an update on that. See if we can get a live feed from RT. Close that one down. Get back. So where are you located at, Markson? Let's see. See if we can go on to, let's go straight into Google. London ramming. Oh, we're going live. We'll go back onto here. Yeah, there. Yeah, they're repeating what he said. That guy on the bike still coming through. Same. These people aren't rushing. They're not, you know, a lot of gunshots going off, but these guys just are not rushing out of there. I mean, personally, I don't know. Yeah. Well, I'm in Manchester myself. Um, after last week's incident, and they got the big concert going on tomorrow. We'll see what goes on. See what we got. Well, this is kind of strange. That's pretty what you know. Right away, they mention ISIS behind new gun ramming. See what they say. Breaking possible ramming. So Jewish press is saying that. Who else is coming? Okay, let's check that one out. I'll try and get as much coming through as I can. Perfect scene. When was this put in? June 3rd, 2017. 6:26 Eastern Daylight. We got some images. 10:28. We got some images going on in here. Parts are coming in. Bodies everywhere. Bodies everywhere. Mirroring the March. Yeah, right away they're blaming Islamic State. It looks like to me. Okay, let's go back. We're going to keep on going. Yeah, I have to agree, Markson. I hate to say it, I'm of the same. I'd be trying to hang around and get as many picture of these as events, you know. And I see a lot of footage going on here. I'm watching this area right in here. What are these guys doing? What are these folks doing? What are these guys doing? Do you know what these guys are doing, Mark? What's going? Yeah, maybe, maybe. Let's keep an eye. Let's keep watching these things. I don't know. What's your opinion, Markson? So far, let's see what these guys are saying. Let's close that off. Horrific spaces. Don't identify it. Oh, let's see if this has been updated. Let's see if Routers is getting updated. Yeah. Let's go UK. Okay, let's go back. What's the second incident? We'll go back after a minute. Shall we see what's see if there's CNN? Let's see what CNN's saying. CNN breaking. Here we go. Yeah, which we know. Police on scene. I don't see. It's not coming up. Here we go. Okay, this is what CNN is showing right now. There we go. It's coming up. Let's turn that down. Turn that on. Then we'll go back into here. See if anything's coming up on CNN. We'll go play. I think they're still waiting. Let's see if ITV is reporting anything. Could very well be. Hard to say. I'm still questioning the Manchester one because I've seen so many things going on. I don't trust our governments whatsoever, but here we go. Here we go. Here we'll go back onto CNN now. 5:28, so that's 10:28 our time. 10:28 our time. Yeah, I don't think it was just a drunk guy. Could be more distraction. We'll see. But they're showing the same, exactly the same looped images. I mean, of course, it's just happening, but it's the same looped images. But I've seen a lot of people with cell phones, and this is bothering me still on this looped image. And we'll turn this back on. We'll hear what they have to say. Let's keep on watching some of the feeds. Oh, what's this guy doing? Okay. What the heck was that? Turn that, mute that one. Go back. Yeah. Well, what's bothering me about it is when they loop these incidences and it's a completely contained area and the area doesn't expand, it makes me wonder. You know, if it's a flowing incident, things are going to be going on constantly all over the place. You know, it concerns me because it looks like staging. But that's, you know, just we watch and we learn. But more will come in. More will come in. Go back onto RT. We'll see this. Okay, I'm going to turn this down. And go back on. We'll go on to. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, let's see what happens. We'll just keep watching what happens. I stuck RT on here and see what sort of. So can you hear everything that's coming across of my channel there, Markson? Because I just kind of threw it up. Definitely where I would go too. Get up there and get some shots. I want, you know. Three men carrying knives. You can't hear. Okay. Get that on there. We'll try and get that on there, mate. Try and add. Let's see if we can add audio input.
Civilians
Okay, we'll see
and
if
then
that.
getting out with a knife and trying to head into the Houses of Parliament. And of course, that attack was stopped by a policeman who himself died from his injuries. So all of this, of course, fitting a pattern, it would seem.
Okay, Markson, I think I got you some sound now. Sorry about that.
Of these types of attacks taking place using vehicles, which are, of course, very hard to
Awesome.
stop. And but, you know, just a few weeks ago, this country is still reeling from another attack, which was, of course, that attack in Manchester outside the Ariana Grande concert. Of course, there's a free concert
Let's see if we can
this weekend in order to support the victims of that attack. And yet...
Pause that. Go back.
Confirmed by official sources. We do know that the president, the prime minister, is being kept informed as to events on the ground.
I'll just try and keep the main feeds going.
The American president is being briefed as to the situation on the ground. All of this so soon after the incident on Westminster Bridge, and then, of course, in Parliament Square, which led to so many people asking about the security in and around Parliament. This, not an area that would have enjoyed the same level of security, not an area that would have had the same number of police, armed police, ready to respond.
Right, okay, cheers, mate. I'll sort that out.
However, the witness...
There, that should help with the echoing.
Already yet another what seems to be another terrorist incident there in London. So this is just one in many patterns and in many what's going on. But if this is later on confirmed to have been a terrorist attack, again, it's just one in a line of such attacks. It's also very unclear. I mean, are these attacks taking place as a result of people who are sympathizers, who have been brainwashed on the internet, or are these returning fighters? You saw with the Manchester attack, that fighter was somebody who was in Libya fighting against Colonel Gaddafi,
yeah, okay, that's,
also fighting with family members of his. And at that time, you know, we've seen reports since the Manchester attack, many people who were on the terrorism watch list, counter-terrorism control order, saying that those were lifted and they were given their passports and allowed to go and fight against Gaddafi.
So why are they stopping this guy?
A situation in Manchester anyway, where those terrorists are coming back to the UK and launching attacks here. So if this is proved to be a terrorist attack, and again, we haven't heard that confirmation just yet, then it remains to be seen whether this is someone or a group of people belonging to a cell. Have they been brainwashed online or through other means, or are they people who have been in active war zones like Syria and Iraq and Libya and have come back to the UK to launch the attack? So
earlier on,
very,
that loop footage with the guy with the bicycle, well, they just stopped the guy with the bicycle, and they seem to have let him go again.
RT's Issa Ali there bringing us the latest. We'll get back to him as we get more information. Just to recap for those of you just joining us of what we do know so far about that ongoing situation in the British capital. London Bridge is under lockdown. These are live pictures you can see very close to the scene after what's believed to be a car ramming and stabbing incident. A van has veered onto the pavement and struck pedestrians, injuring between 10 and 20 people at around 10:30 p.m. UK time. You can just see the rapidly developing situation in the area.
I'll turn
Police
this one
units,
off.
what I believe to be TSG units, they're actually territorial support group units, usually deployed for major incidents, public order incidents. They're clearing people from the area. What we can confirm as well,
Absolutely,
BTP,
Mark.
that's British Transport Police, they
It
have
is
also
working against
confirmed now that there has been an incident involving a van
They
and
keep
a
trying
knife,
to
with
get us to
King's
hate,
Hospital in South London. That's one of the major
and it's
hospitals
not working.
in that area, declaring a major incident. Reports seen earlier of up to a dozen ambulances heading to the scene, showing the sheer scale of that incident. Police numbers, ambulance numbers on the scene, indicating this is very much a developing situation. A man, as you can see from the live pictures, we maybe get the camera to go back there, believed to be detained by police as well. You can see just the sheer numbers of police involved there, from both the Metropolitan Police, the British Transport Police response team units, as well as those more heavily armed TSG units.
I think they're just trying to get us used to lockdown.
Reports of a bomb squad on scene as well. The bomb squad, that cannot be confirmed at this
Is this
stage,
to get everyone used to living under martial law?
Being led away there, as you can see, in handcuffs by police right now. The BBC earlier reported
so they're saying, what,
that
20
3 suspects
injured.
were apparently being looked for. We don't know whether that is one of them, whether that's an unrelated incident. We just can't confirm at this stage, but certainly that cordon there being moved.
Is this the director?
Plainclothes officer there, possibly a detective as well, moving
Who's
people
this
away.
guy?
Just giving an indication of what a
Who's this
rapidly
guy?
expanding incident this is. It started off, of course, as that car ramming incident in London Bridge. That's now gone south into Borough Market as well. Certainly you can see there just how much chaos there is
good
at the site right now. Very hard to confirm anything as of yet. Police, the Metropolitan Police on their Twitter feed are saying they will give more information as that comes in. Well, according to some reports, the 3 attackers fled the scene and a manhunt is now underway.
Pause that for a second.
Custody there, acting with a certain amount of urgency.
Go back onto here.
Well, the police have indeed been...
See what Sky News is doing now.
Advising people on Twitter. In fact, I'm just going to go to the Metropolitan Police account because they've been...
Yeah, it seems like that too.
Providing a number of updates through the evening.
Demonize, make everybody
to run, hide and
think of everybody as animals.
In the attack.
And then we got no emotion, no feeling.
Develops at around about 10:10 this evening. The Metropolitan Police responded to reports of an incident on London Bridge. A vehicle was said to have driven into a number of people. We spoke a little bit earlier to Will Heaven, a journalist who was passing the bridge.
I think you're right. You can draw parallels to it.
He saw an individual lying on the pavement to his left as he crossed over the bridge. Perhaps looked like a road.
This guy keeps
on at that point. He then saw another individual.
Cameras keep following this one fella around quite a bit
that this was
right now.
Something more than a road traffic accident. The Metropolitan Police responded to the reports from Will and others. They then, according to the Met Police Twitter feed, responded to reports of stabbings in nearby Borough Market.
Yeah,
the only information they're providing
I think
is this, that armed officers responded and shots have been fired. They are now responding to an incident in the Vauxhall area, which, as you just showing up there, you can see not a huge distance away, just south and southwest from London Bridge itself, easily walkable. Indeed, a journey that many people watching this will have taken, walking along South Bank, along the embankment, past Parliament on the other side of the Thames, would of course. Very recently indeed, there was that terrorist incident involving
I'm just watching the
driving a vehicle into
news feeds right now, mate.
Bridge, and then that vehicle
and
ran
I'm just
into Parliament.
passing off between. Let's see
are also saying police actually
the information
I'm
is
going
coming
to
from a variety of sources.
RT now.
public screaming and shouting at them to head back the other way and get out of the way and get out of the area. Close by is, of course, King's College University and King's College Hospital, which is part of that facility
now.
very nearby, and many of those who have been injured by this attack will be taken there right now, treated. Many people treated and being looked after there.
This guy here,
hopefully,
he's in the sky footage.
Factor in perhaps
He's in the RT footage
this evening, because time is always of the essence in these attacks, and it's literally just behind where the bridge and the London Bridge station is. In fact, there are some reports, very unclear, possibly of a second incident at Borough Market, but then Borough Market it's an area I'm relatively familiar with. It's very close by to where the initial incident takes place, so it's not clear whether those are the same people or something different. We're still waiting to get confirmation exactly of how many incidents, if there are more than one, have taken place. But again, eyewitnesses saying that this looked intentional. This looked deliberate, and it wasn't an accident. And of course, following that, people jumping out.
Looks intentional, of course it does.
And attacking people.
We've already had one paper saying ISIS is behind this.
Seeing in the UK and in other parts of Europe over the last year or so, in
we already know
a terrorist in a truck driving into people,
let's
killing
go back onto
people,
the news.
and in Berlin as well.
Pause that. We'll go back onto Sky. See where we're at.
Yeah,
I'll get up to the. There we go.
Being ushered through the traffic, it's absolutely gridlock. Not a lot of people know what's going on. It seems to be that the cars are more in tune with what's going on because they've got the radio in. People are kind of out on their Saturday night. They're enjoying there's a pub to my left. They're kind of just watching kind of the news now, and they're just getting drinks, and they've been told by the authorities to just kind of stay inside.
So when you say that, there appears to us, watching these pictures, seeing the police responding to our camera to pedestrians, there appears to be something of a sense of urgency.
Yeah, I think you can hear that. I'm just
there's a third incident at Vauxhall.
About 200 metres
What's that?
Since we've just been on the phone. And it's a London Fire Brigade officer who seems to be calling off the area.
Seems to be a lot going on. A lot going on, people.
And I can see from my phone, I can see the Sky News live shot at the moment. And it seems that people...
Yeah, they seem to have cordoned it off pretty...
Safe area.
There's this guy...
at last count, about 8 police officers kind of ushering people out.
Sorry about the echo.
Just trying to understand what's going on. There's a police officer in front of me trying to determine which the best way is to kind of cordon the side streets. There's a lot of side streets south of Borough Market, so people are walking down there and not really knowing where to go that's safe.
Nick, just for those who don't understand the geography
as I say,
of
we've got
London,
reports coming through. We're waiting for confirmation from the police as well.
London.
Okay, we have those cameras, as we said, on the scene there. And just a few moments ago, before we went to our correspondent, Issa Ali, we did see a male being led away in handcuffs by police units. And again, we cannot confirm, of course, if that was a suspect related to that incident or one of the 3 incidents being reported right now. But there was a suspect being led away. You can see there from the cameras that area completely abandoned now by the public, what would normally be a very busy area on a Saturday night, with plainclothes units there telling cameras, reporters, the public to clear out.
And we'll switch back over to Sky News in a
again, we
minute.
saw the sheer numbers of police on scene there, and the sheer variety of units there, ranging from response units to CID units. And a cordon being put in place now as well. These are some of the pictures we saw earlier. Just there, again, a cordon being put in place.
Pause that. And I'm going to go to see if we can get a CNN. CNN live stream. Let's see. Get that. Try and get that news on there. And see if I can keep things going with lots coming in. Things might slow down here in a minute. All the streams start coming in. People with their phones. So we know that there's a lot of people filming, so there should end up being a lot of footage.
By the public, and they call in that there's another person with a gun, another suspicious person, and it turns out it's not someone connected to the original incident, but possibly a law enforcement officer. So at this point, we don't know what the basis of the call is that caused the police to go running in the direction of where that call was located. So we'll find that out hopefully pretty soon.
We've learned that there is an incident on the London Bridge, where there's a van that rammed into.
Oh, we're going to go.
Not moving. There were people who
were
going
to CNN
into the air as this van went careening across London Bridge. Meantime, there's a second incident, a stabbing that police have confirmed.
We're going to go. Okay, we'll give you CNN now. Play that.
In Vauxhall area, they also confirmed shots have been fired, Tom. Do you get the sense that this is very much still an active situation?
Well,
of course this is active.
All of these different issues, it's absolutely an active situation. What we don't know from the stabbing incident is...
Yeah, they seem kind of chilled. That's what I was saying earlier.
Did they only apprehend one and one or more
seem a little bit too chilled.
That's what the other officers are in pursuit of reports of where those other subjects might have gone. We still don't know the status of the vehicle that started this whole thing. Were there any occupants still in the vehicles? Are they able to confirm yet that the occupants, the driver, and passengers from that vehicle are the ones that went to the market and engaged in the stabbings that occurred there, and then at least one of them having been arrested at that location by the police? So as of now,
swooped in pretty quick. I'm going to pause that. I'm going to go back onto live on the news. We'll go on to... We'll see what Sky News is going on again.
Concern will be that those injuries will have led to fatalities. We do know that the ambulance service were there quickly and were there in numbers. These pictures we're replaying at the moment of police in riot gear.
We're replaying the pictures. We've seen these ones already.
Telling people to push back as the cordon expands.
We
believe that these are the signs of an active hunt. Nothing from the police, of course, to confirm that, but having them dressed in riot gear.
There's been 3 now, Marks, and there's one on the bridge, one in Market Borough, and one in Vauxhall. I was just in Vauxhall yesterday,
well, this is Sky News.
or the day before. Well, a few days ago. I forget.
Are terrorist incidents in a variety of locations around central London. An eyewitness reports that a van drove through pedestrians on London Bridge, resulting in a number of casualties.
We got London Bridge, Borough Market, and Vauxhall.
Well, Scotland Yard is saying that there are further incidents at nearby Borough Market and indeed at Vauxhall. Nick Brandon from the British Transport Police Control Room suggesting he received reports of an incident possibly involving a knife and a vehicle.
They're not saying what these incidents are. They're saying a knife and a vehicle.
To leave just as soon as they could. One presumes that was on the advice of the police.
So we'll try.
So that would be what Metropolitan Police
have already said. They've
go back onto RT.
3 suspects armed, potentially on the run. They've released a warning to people to get out of the area, and with instructions saying run, hide, and
yeah, I noticed that too. Sheets and neat.
Tell people what you see. They're kind of very detailed instructions about what to do if they become potentially into contact with these attackers, run to a place of safety.
Yeah. That's why I'm doing this, trying to keep all these feeds coming in live and recording so that we can go over all the footage later.
999 when and if it is safe to do so.
So hopefully
at
we'll
the moment, the city definitely on lockdown.
keep going on
very
it.
confused people on the
I'm going to go
and,
back into
a
see.
sense of
Pause this RT. I'm going to go back
at
into
Buck
that.
Hall, an area about 2.5 miles.
We'll see what CNN is saying. 12:02
Again, we're
a.m.
bringing you right now some live
London
pictures
time.
of this chaotic scene playing out right now.
12:03 right now. So they're showing us pretty bang on.
Detail. We have a team of reporters live on the ground in London right now. Let's begin with CNN senior international.
We've got a team of reporters on the ground right now. Yeah,
I understand, Fred, you just spoke with an eyewitness.
Always.
Yeah, just a couple of minutes ago I spoke to an eyewitness, someone who doesn't want to go on camera at the moment because he is still actually quite shaken up by what he witnessed. So he says that the first thing that he saw was this...
I think it could be a long night for me.
Several people on London Bridge or close to London Bridge. Only about, I would say,
I'm going to try and keep this feed going
for where I am right now.
as long as I possibly can.
Was that the van at some point stopped, and then at some point
I'll try and get as many feeds coming as they happen.
That ensued afterwards with many people.
And we don't have to go all over the place.
There were a lot of people who were here out on a Saturday night who immediately ran as fast as they could when those shots were fired. And he says it wasn't just a couple of shots fired. He said it was a lot.
Actually, that's a good idea. Okay, let me do that. Good plan.
At Borough Market possibly taking place there. We're not sure what that was, but
I'll try and do that right now, mate. Excellent plan.
When this incident took place, and especially when those gunshots were being fired, it must have been something that was really difficult for a lot of these people.
Let's see if we can get something up.
I've been standing here for a while now, reporting from the scene, and there still is a lot of police activity going on here. There's a lot of very heavily armed police.
The live cams.
Still continuously pouring into that area.
We must be able to get a London Bridge cam or something.
Gotten a lot of people to evacuate the area as well, but still moving those forces in. We can see some very heavy police vans packed with officers, again, very heavily armed, that are still moving in there. So from the gist that we're getting is that this could very well still be an active incident that is taking place, but of course at this point in time the London police giving all the information that they can. It's unclear whether or not this is terror related, but I can tell you from down here on the ground, the demeanor of the police, from
Albert Bridge,
shaken a lot.
Do we have London Bridge?
That people are taking this very seriously, and certainly the authorities are as
well. Elvin Castle, Hammersmith, Broadway,
and do we know if that gunfire came
London
from
and
police
Hyde Park,
or somebody else?
London Street, Abbey Road, Albert Bridge. Got any suggestions here, Sheep? London Aquatics, London Bridge, Google, Street Views, Thames River, over. Let's see what that one gives us. Let's see if that'll give us anything. Why is all these, here we go, they're coming up. Sorry, lost it. It's just taking a few moments because I've got so many feeds open. Sorry.
Well, you know what? It's unclear where that gunfire came from. Certainly from the eyewitness that we spoke to, he didn't know where it came from. And again, when I came here on the scene a little bit later, there were also some pretty loud bangs. It's unclear.
Give it a go. It's coming up.
Clear whether those were gunfire or whether those might have been some sort of stun grenades, but they were certainly
there we go.
Loud.
It's coming up.
You could definitely hear from very far away. You know, here in the United Kingdom, you don't really have many guns that are in the hands of civilians.
We'll go back on the Sky News for a minute. It's going to slow my stream down for Yeah. Well, it's because I've got so many things open. That's yeah, extremely slow. Go back onto RT. Level timed out. Interesting. Okay, it's almost in.
So, really, there isn't very much in the way of gun violence here in the United Kingdom, so potentially those shots will have been fired, most likely, by police.
This isn't giving us a live feed whatsoever. Okay, let's see.
Responding to something,
Possibly
possibly responding to that stabbing that was taking place in Borough Market, possibly also to
probably
driving that van, maybe trying to flee the scene. That is unclear, but certainly more likely that it would have been the authorities that fired those shots. And again, it seemed to have been a lot of shots that were fired, also pointing to the fact that this
is going to go back onto Sky News for a few moments.
Was a pretty big incident, and when that unfolded,
I'm just waiting for the
with the police having to react,
live stream to load back up.
Split-second decisions there, Anna.
Okay, Fred Piken, stand by. CNN senior international correspondent Clarissa Ward is at our London bureau. Clarissa, what are you learning?
Well, I think we're still trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together. There's several key elements that we don't know yet. First and foremost, we don't know yet how many casualties there were, and secondly, we don't know yet whether these 3 incidents, and I should stress that the 3rd incident in Vauxhall we really know nothing about at this stage. But what authorities will be wanting to learn right now is whether or not there is some kind of coordination potentially between these 3 attacks. And of course, they're also going to be trying to ascertain whether terrorism may have been behind them. Now, it's important for our viewers, Anna, to remember that this time a week ago, right on the heels of the Manchester Ariana Grande attack, Brits actually elevated the terrorists in the picture so much. It's in the south of London. It wouldn't necessarily be a sort of hive of activity on a Saturday night, and we don't really know exactly what's happened there beyond that tweet from the Metropolitan Police. But London Bridge and Borough Market are absolutely thriving and booming on a Saturday night.
I think we'll go back onto RT,
London is
see what
considered
RT
to be
is
very
doing.
much the kind of epicenter of
We gotta refresh that. We'll refresh RT.
And there are
go back onto CNN. See what they're showing. CNN's not showing up. Guy walking. Sorry. Guy walking his dog was just too much. There's the Borough Market. All right. I shouldn't be laughing during this. This is a very serious incident. And I'm sorry. I do apologize, but someone in chat just okay, we'll do that. London. Here we go. We'll try this one. Camscape. Okay. We're trying this one, Napes. Let's see if this one comes up a little better. Okay, let's go. Wait, here we go. We might have something here now. River Thames, Leicester Square, Covent Garden, London Skyline, Orange, well, let's try, no, we don't want to do that one. Let's see what's going on in Trafalgar Square. I'll open up a few more cams. Best I can. They're having trouble. What's going on with the live cams? Okay, live cam. We'll try a different one. That cam's not working. Traffic cams, live traffic. Let's see what surveillance online. IP cameras. Let's try that one. Let's see. These are IP cams. Let's see if we can get something. We'll see if we can get access channel vision. We don't want that. Access. Don't want that. Don't want that. Going through these cams. Okay, access. Panoramic, United Kingdom, Panasonic. Go with that. Street. Let's try that. See if we can get that. This one. This is live London. Video tech. Trying to find one. Let's see what's going on in the. Keep checking this out every once in a while. Everyone's walking with their hands on their heads. Okay, we got a woman here. Where are they? Sorry. Switched over to this.
Doing so.
Let's see what they have to say. See what they have to say on this one.
Thanks very much indeed. Let's bring in again Sky producer Nick Stiliano, who's on the streets of London this evening. Nick, tell us where you are and what you've been seeing.
Okay, let's see if we can find that one.
Southeast of Borough Tube Station, which is about a kilometre south of London Bridge itself. You might be seeing my pictures at the moment. There's a large cordon. There's police urging people to get back. I'm actually with a man called
walking the
at the moment, who was just returning from a night out with his friends. Ahmed, you were trying to get back to your house, which is actually inside the cordon. Is that right?
Yeah, I just live at the back of the station.
Okay, gonna go to it.
Yeah, I live at the back of the power station, but I can't get access to my house.
Bridge. Lost Nick there. I mean, as you can imagine, as we try to get our as close as we can to try and see exactly what has been happening.
It's not giving us
the problem is, of course, that the police want to do their job. And as we just saw in the past couple of minutes on the camera with Katerina, they're trying to get as many people out of the area as possible. But of course, with closing the bridge, closing London Bridge, closing the tube station, and indeed there are reports of other transport disruption elsewhere. Vauxhall
trying to get something of a live cam feed here
south of the river. It may well prove to be rather difficult for people to get home. I just
can refresh every 5 seconds.
Defence correspondent Alistair Bunkle, who's been
following
what's going on. Now, we know
no video. Isn't that interesting?
With the event,
all of these.
She'll be heading back to number 10 just as soon as possible.
Every live cam.
I've heard is that she's on her way back to number 10 Downing Street. I have to confess, I don't know where she was. If she wasn't in.
That's not working.
No video. Anyway, but she's on her way back, and she will be.
Back to live
by the Metropolitan Police, by Counter-Terror Command.
They're clearing out London.
Clearing
out London.
Remember when?
I'm sorry it's been taking bits. I've got a lot of feeds going on.
She phoned Jeremy Corbyn, the Labour leader, in the middle of the night, I think on 2 occasions, to brief him as well, and also to agree a suspension in campaigning. So it wouldn't be unthinkable that she will also be keeping the Labour leader informed of what's going on.
Just one second, Alistair. Sorry to interrupt, but it does appear we were told that there was the reports of a third incident. That third incident was at a location rather further away at Vauxhall.
Yeah,
we are now hearing that Vauxhall station has been opened, and that is, as I mentioned, something of a hub. It's a a bus station, it's a train station. It's
so far none of the live cams are working. That's a bit strange.
There may well have been someone concerned for legitimate reasons. We will wait to hear from the police themselves. But
Decommissioned?
for the time being, appears that the situation in and around Vauxhall may not be as problematic as that which we've seen in Borough Market and indeed, of course, on London Bridge itself.
No worries. I'm trying to keep the broadcast going as best I can.
Armed police officers very, very quickly making their way.
I'll turn that off. I'm going to switch. RT has gone down now. I'm going to go switch on to CNN. Play that off. See what CNN is doing. Yeah. So Sky is not. CNN's stalling out. I'm going back on the Sky. Yeah, there is CCTV everywhere in London, but as you can see, I am. Canada, fucking London, that's not what I want. Let's see if we can find another one. Let's go back. I'm trying to get a feed. CCTV. London. Okay. Try that one. See if that gets us anywhere. I've been to all those ones. London beat check London camera. Okay, let's try this one. Let's see what this is. Watch. Live cams. Come on. How to watch. That's not one. Still trying to get that, but I also don't want to miss what they're saying here. Let's put that back on.
They didn't tell us anything. Well, they didn't. Well, they just said there'd been an incident. We didn't.
We'll keep this one going.
But we could see on the CCTV there were people outside the restaurant on the grounds.
And these were people who had been injured.
On what CCTV?
Yeah. The police just
the
said
guy just said.
So I don't know.
You see it on CCTV, but
and how did you feel? You didn't know what was happening.
Yeah,
that's not going on.
Yeah,
try that.
I don't know. Still in a state of shock, to be honest.
And we just saw the police
try this one.
People coming out from
the
area with their hands with your hands on your head. Why was that?
To be honest, I don't know if anyone actually told us to do that, but everyone else was doing it, so just kind of started doing it as well. But yeah, I'm not sure why. Sorry about that.
That's fine. And so when you the cab driver was initially saying what he had seen.
Trying to connect to this town.
Just saw people on the
tour. While that's connecting,
and
see what this guy has to say.
Away, but didn't see anything else apart from that.
And are you able to say how long after you had seen that cab driver, seeing people lying on the floor, did you start hearing gunfire? Can you estimate how long that may have been?
5 minutes, maybe a bit more, maybe a bit less, but within that margin.
And how many people were crowding in the...
No, it doesn't make sense to me. As you see, I'm trying to load the cams,
and were people
but they're not coming. And the last two sites I've tried to load. Let's see, I'll lower this down. As you can see, they're struggling. They're struggling to come up. I don't know if it's too much traffic.
About 10-15 minutes walk from where you were now. What were you seeing as you were coming through to this point?
Lots of kind of first aid kits and lots of...
Yeah, Markson, look for some cameras. If you find some, put the link in here.
And vans and that kind of thing.
And what exactly were the police saying to you as they're
Then
trying
we'll
to
deal
get
with
you out of the area?
They said they're looking for suspects across London and that we potentially weren't safe where we were and that we should move basically towards this Waterloo, which was the safer area.
And I imagine there were plenty of people around you, and yourself. You described yourself being a state of...
We're trying for the Tower Bridge.
Definitely.
And
was it busy? Did it look like it was a busy normal Saturday night around
it was very busy. Yeah, there was a lot of people. It's kind of hard to tell when people are moving.
Try Ustream. Try Ustream.
To the station, it was very busy. There was, all sorts of people on nights out and that kind of thing.
And how did you? At what point did you realise that you sort of felt it was safe to leave the basement? Did the police sort of come down ramp by the
police basically had to tell us.
This one's not coming up.
So they came into
the
restaurant.
Trying to get the data.
Yeah, and they said it was not safe to be there anymore.
Simon, thank you very much for speaking to us.
Cheers.
So, hearing from Simon Thompson there, who was caught up in the events happening around London Bridge this evening.
It's off air. Off air.
Continuing to push
off
people
air.
further
Tower Bridge is
from
off
the
air
area.
on this one.
They're describing how police say that London Bridge wasn't safe for the people who were sheltered, who had gone into bars, had gone into basement areas, gone into restaurants, trying to escape what's happening outside. They're describing seeing several casualties on the ground.
Well, that one's loading. We'll go back on
an hour and a half, moving everyone that was with him in the area. He described there being about 20 people taking shelter in the restaurant he was in. The police moving them along, saying it wasn't safe. As those people were evacuated out of that area, pushing them west.
We
are now
found,
them
of course.
to the sort of immediate vicinity.
Let's try another one.
Katerina, thanks very much indeed. Let's move again to our defence correspondent, Alistair.
See if we can get one away.
We knew that the Prime Minister was on her way back to London. And we have now had confirmation of that, which we both suspected, that she will be chairing the emergency
committee.
The Prime Minister was in the north of England as part of the election campaign. She is now back on her way back to Downing Street. Number 10 spokesman says that the Prime Minister is in contact with officials and is being regularly updated on the incident.
Yeah, I thought it would be 24 hours too.
We understand a meeting of COBRA, the government's emergency
on here.
That will inevitably involve
I got another one that
cabinet ministers,
came up.
such as the Home Secretary, the Defence Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, probably the
Chancellor
as well.
Hi, tell London police warn and multiple
governments like this will be present. Also, seniors in intelligence agencies.
Let's return to Sky producer Nick Skillian, who has been in and around the Borough Market area this evening. And Nick, as is often the case when incidents like this take place, people look out for one another. That's what you've been discovering.
These cams aren't working.
That's exactly right. Just as you've been talking, they've removed the cordon.
What's the stream?
It doesn't seem to be clear where exactly
the
is. I've got here Robert, who works at the Royal
Oak Pub.
Have
the stream, because I'll gladly post that one up.
What exactly is happening at the Royal Oak Pub?
At the moment, we're taking in like
an hour
with kids, because the kids have been on the street and they've been absolutely shattered and they're nervous and some of them are crying.
They're showing the same scene from earlier.
You need somebody with a good heart to try and help them as much as you can.
Earth TV, okay, on that.
Person out there, there is 1,000 million good people which will try and help as many people as they can. Now, the landlords of the Royal Oak Pub Street is Mr. Frank Taylor and Mr. John Porteous. Myself, Robert Bergin, and we've got a couple of other staff on there at the moment trying to get the kids off the street and just
same
make
shots
it
again.
a bit more
Contained area. Same shots.
Well, that was Nick Stiliano speaking to one of those who've been on the ground this evening, trying to help those who've been pushed through. Who've been
it's okay, I'll type it in, Mark.
In a strange town with frightening events happening around them. Alistair Bunkle's still with me here.
See if we can get a
describe
live
the
cam
role
feed
of the Cobra Committee, that ridiculous acronym for what is a committee that does serve a very useful function at times like this. It essentially allows those disparate parts of government, which you wouldn't necessarily think as being particularly joined up, for example, the Home Office and Department of Health, to come together and for it all to be coordinated in one place.
Yeah, COBRA is the rather mundane acronym for the very dramatic, dramatic acronym for the mundane-sounding Cabinet Office room and its briefing room, hence the name COBRA. But essentially it is put into place at times of national emergency. It's not always chaired by the Prime Minister. It can be chaired by senior or more junior officials. In the case of the Manchester attacks, it was chaired by Amber Rudd, the Home Secretary, I believe. It brings together members of government and senior civil servants, members of, and in this case, the members of the police, and anyone really who is directly or in some way involved in the immediate aftermath of a major incident. And it allows the Prime Minister and other senior officials to get a handle on exactly what has gone on. So, for example, tomorrow morning there'll be intelligence updates. Who might have been behind this? What more do they know about the attacker or attackers? If those
coming into it now,
still on the run,
and I'll grab that one, Chiefs.
Update as to their whereabouts and what the police are doing. Also, in major incidents where hospitals are involved and you have major casualty incidents, the Health Secretary and senior health officials will be there to update on that part of the response.
Webcams.
An opportunity to look back at what has happened in the hours previously, but of course
opening up too much and my stream is going to start to crash. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Stream is going to die. We're going to close off. We got this one. We're going to close off this one. We'll close off that one. We got this one. Is it up? Is it up? Play that. See if that one connects. And we're going to check that. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to do too much. Too much. We're bringing them down. We'll be back. We'll be back. I'm just going to go and get your link. I'll pop up the chat. And then I can put it in. If it shows up. It's taking its sweet old time. Okay, we got line London Millennium Bridge. Try that one. That's not going to get us close to the area, but we'll see if at least it's streaming. And I'll try and pull in the other one. Okay. Okay, we got that. I can go back up. Let me open that one. It's not showing that whole post. Copy that. Okay. I'm going to go back to our live feeds. Back. That. One more. Yeah, it's weird. A lot of the the cam streams seem to be down. So they might just be inundated with people trying to connect. Hard to say. Okay, we'll go back on there. Here we go. Coming back in. I'm going to add this. Paste that.
I have I didn't see that myself, so I can't confirm that. But that's those are the reports that we heard. I certainly saw people who looked as if they'd been run over.
Will, from what you saw, and of course you saw someone injured as you were driving south on your side of the bridge, you then saw someone injured on the other side. In your mind, is there any possibility that this just could have been an accident?
No, I don't think it was an accident, and I think...
See who they're talking to now?
I would say, particularly judging from the response to the emergency services, it was clear that something very serious was going on. So we stopped, after we'd seen all of that, we stopped in standstill for a few minutes, and I turned around, and behind me, very soon after that, I saw two policemen get out of a BMW 4x4.
Check that.
And they were holding machine guns, and they were putting on helmets. It was clear at least that they thought they were responding to something far more serious than a road traffic accident.
Absolutely sounds a bit calm there, doesn't he?
Will Heaven there, speaking to me around about 2
hours. I'm trying to load the live cam up now. I'm going to go back onto.
It is pretty clear that at times like this, the
police
primary responsibility is, of course, to ensure the safety of the public. To that end, we've seen throughout the course of our live coverage this evening, the police.
Sorry about this, people. I'm trying to get this going. RT. We'll go on to I think try and get it back up, and things are come on. I think my OBS is getting a little bogged down, but we're getting there. I think there's a lot going on YouTube right now. Sorry, guys. I think I'm gonna have to just stop the stream for one moment and reconnect it, and it should be alright. Should be alright. Let's go streaming.
Seems rather unclear.
It'll come back.
We've also had throughout the evening reports that the police have been entering bars, restaurants in the area and asking people, well, telling them to get out and to get away.
There we go.
Just as quickly.
We should
as
be
possible.
back on now.
We have we have some footage that was sent that we've taken from Twitter user @Yatesy17. Have a look at this, but first,
I don't get this.
There was some bad
I don't get this.
for which we are very sorry.
Why these people going with their hands on their heads? What's this feed? What it looks like is just police coming in, yelling and screaming and telling everybody to fucking sit down. Fuck off. What is this? This is getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. See the guy just walking past with his phone. Sorry.
And again, we apologise for the language at the end of that clip. It hadn't quite been removed as promised. Let's speak once again to our defence correspondent.
There he goes. There he.
Now, Alistair,
Interesting.
I keep reiterating this because this is a developing story, conflicting reports. We do not know, even from the Metropolitan Police account, they say shots were fired in Borough Market. We do not yet have.
Yeah, it looks like they're agitating people. They're not calming them.
It may well be that
they're coming in there shouting and making them panic.
Other than police gunfire, but you know, your experience is
doesn't make
there
sense.
are guns on the streets of London. People do have access to weapons, significantly dangerous weapons, up and down the United Kingdom.
There we go. Once again, look at that. Currently,
from what we know, we've heard of
no live stream.
1 second, Alistair. I'm so sorry to interrupt
let's
you.
go on to here.
From the Prime Minister, which reads this: following updates from police
and
officials, I can confirm that the terrible incident in London is being treated, as we said, as a potential act of terrorism. As she continues, this is a fast-moving investigation. I want to express my huge gratitude to the police and emergency services who are on the scene. Our thoughts are with those who are caught up in these dreadful events. Sorry, Alistair, to continue.
So taking what we know and what we've heard from eyewitnesses and from officials about tonight's incident, we've had reports.
Still not, Tom.
We haven't had reports of people suffering gunshot wounds, but we have had reports and confirmation that gunshots were fired.
They were. They were called cunts last clip.
An armed police response team.
That doesn't seem like
those shots were fired by a perpetrator or
it's breaking down. This is
so we are yet to find that out. What I would say, from my knowledge of the way,
they pulled that pretty quick, but it's recorded here,
have fired
so it's okay.
Attackers, whether or not they were armed with guns or not, if they believed they were.
I'll pull that out later. Once once I go off air, I'll pull that clip out and we'll show it.
As to the wider context.
I'm banging my head now. What was that clip? I think that was a mistake. I think that clip was a mistake.
Pretty successful in containing gun crime in London.
I've got a lot of things going on in my earphones because I've got so many feeds going. It's hard for me to understand.
It was launched in 1998. It is specifically to target gun crime in the UK and in London, and it has had a great deal of success in areas of sort of underground crime, if you like,
Here we go.
To terrorism. Britain does benefit
from the fact
this
back up.
An island,
Sorry.
And so
switch off.
Smuggling.
We'll go back onto here. See if we can get this one. So we got.
Which is why, of course, the terror threat was lowered. There will, of course, be questions of Britain's security services, but there are already questions because it seems that, I mean, in the Manchester atrocity, we were told that on the radar, these people are on the radar of the security services, and yet seemingly they go about at will. Noticeable about Manchester that Salman Abedi, the terror suspect, causing the 22 deaths in Manchester,
I will take the time.
Was part of a
we'll
cell
find
of people
that
in Manchester, apparently,
I will
known to the
put together
and
video, and we'll see what we can pull out of everything that we've been watching.
How close are the security services to those that are committing terror atrocities because of perceived foreign policy alliances?
There's this guy again. This guy.
Who
is this guy? He's walking around every single
clip,
all over the place. He's got his little flipping kickboard.
It doesn't seem to be
Where is he?
working
There.
If Scotland Yard, according to the state-mandated media here, is in full charge of this current counter-terror operation going on at the moment.
You got people calmly walking here.
Their agents and their
at least their hands
their
on their heads this time.
Mass surveillance as exposed by Edward Snowden, who said, of course,
look at the fear they're putting
intelligence
in.
As the intelligence services have basically been, the
What's
implication
that?
being they've been destroyed by
What's
mass
that? What's
surveillance
that?
because they have
I'm
too
gonna
much
take
information.
a clip of
and
that
you
after.
can't find needles in ever-growing haystacks.
And Afshin, we are getting news coming in just a few seconds ago from Theresa May.
Yeah,
a statement
clipboard
saying
man.
The incident in London is
Clipboard
being
man.
treated as a potential act of
He's
terrorism,
everywhere, isn't he,
and
Markson?
she will chair an emergency meeting of the Cobra Committee tomorrow morning. That's the Government Security Committee, which gathers usually when there is a major incident such as this. Also a statement coming in from Jeremy Corbyn, leader of the opposition, saying the brutal and shocking incidents reported in London. Thoughts of the victims and their families, thanking also
Terror organized the guy with the clipboard.
as more details come in, no doubt. To get
He's been in so many clips in different spots. He's a master.
Well, let's take another look, another recap rather, for those of you who have just joined us on that developing situation in the UK capital.
Okay, let's do the reclip.
Multiple victims now
There we
confirmed
go.
by the
Let's
Metropolitan
go back
Police
onto
after
these.
a car ramming, gunfire and stabbings at 3 separate areas of central and south London. As we've heard, we just had that statement from Theresa May confirming this is being treated as a terror incident.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Treated as a terror incident. Yeah. The police are the ones causing all the fear right now.
They have confirmed that more than one person has been killed on London Bridge. The area is under
more than one person has been killed.
Up to 7 people are feared dead right now. It started soon after 10 p.m. local time when a van veered onto
there they are changing
and at high speed on London Bridge. That developed into further incidents in Borough and Vauxhall as well.
Well, eyewitnesses say that 3 men stepped out of the vehicle armed with long knives and lashed out at bystanders before fleeing the scene. 1 or more stabbing incidents have also been reported in the Borough Market area, which is nearby, and police say they're responding to a 3rd attack in Vauxhall, which is about a mile away. Hundreds of people have been evacuated from the London Bridge area, and more than 15 police cars are there, along with helicopters flying overhead. Eyewitnesses also described bodies apparently strewn over the road on London Bridge, with ambulance crews at
bodies strewn all over the road.
Metropolitan Police have so far not confirmed the reports.
But we can't get any cam
Their
feeds.
latest police statement says, please remain
so why are all the
calm,
cam
alert
feeds stopped?
and vigilant. We are using all necessary skills.
That's
and
very
resources
interesting.
At London Bridge, Borough
We've been
Market
trying to get them.
and
Let's see.
Vauxhall. A Downing Street spokesman has said
trying.
Prime Minister Theresa May is in contact with the officials and being regularly updated on the incident at London Bridge. Well, the Mayor of London, Sadiq Khan, says
locations
he's in contact with
will
the
go
Met
on
Police
there.
on the situation, and the White House has said President Trump is being kept informed about the
I'm still going to
developments
try
in
and
London.
keep getting
Well, this happened,
cam
as we
feeds.
heard, after the UK government lowered the terror threat level from critical
Yeah.
to severe in the wake of the suicide bombing at the Ariana Grande pop concert in Manchester.
Pause that one. Let's go into this one. We'll see what these have to say. Let's go back on.
Thanks very much indeed. Now, all the way through this evening, we've been trying to get as clear a picture of the incidents that have taken place. The very latest that we have from the Metropolitan Police. Again,
3 bodies strewn everywhere.
The Met saying that they have plans for every incident and keep these under control.
Well, there was one person who reported that they saw people stabbed with their throats cut walking.
The fact that they're not mentioning
so
at the moment.
That was quite an interesting report.
Well,
that was right early on.
In and around Vauxhall Station appear to have gone away. Alistair Bunkle, our defence correspondent, is with me in the studio. What have you seen?
Just another update from
an Uber that got cancelled, but we saw people running, saying run, you need to run, people are getting stabbed. So we jumped in the nearest car, someone offered us a ride, and literally we just went around the block. We saw a body on the floor, lots of people around it, and I think that was before the pedestrians on actual London Bridge. We came up to London Bridge, and then we saw two pedestrians on the bridge, and police telling us to run. We need to run to the other side, north of the river.
How many people did you see on the ground?
Two. The first one, obviously three
Turn
altogether.
that up a touch.
And then we saw
Get that
someone
feed going a little better.
right there, actually covered in blood.
Listen to what they say.
Like shorts covered in blood, and I've got a video of that as well.
Were people panicking?
Yeah, everyone was running. Everyone was running. I've never seen anything like it.
But was this on the London Bridge? Because I've just said
It started before the bridge. It was on the ground.
So the other side of the bridge?
On the other side, south of the river.
Well,
apparently she did.
To the injuries
Apparently she did. Like I said, I'm going to break down all the videos later. I'll pull out all what I thought were interesting bits, and we'll put it all together for footage
we are going to have to wait possibly even until daylight to get kind of clarification,
Sorry about the echoes.
from witnesses, but from the police and the emergency services themselves as to exactly what happened. Let's bring in, once again, Sky's Nick Stylianou to bring us an update from where he is. Nick, can you be as specific as you possibly can be as to where you are?
By King's College Hospital. It's very close, perhaps a 2-minute walk, and King's College reporting as well that the emergency situation at the hospital there, and it's certainly a chaotic situation in that part of London tonight, and it will be ongoing into the early hours of tomorrow morning. There have been some reports, again, we don't have this verified, and thus far I haven't seen the police confirm this on their Twitter feed or anywhere else, of perhaps one of the men who's done this attack being on the loose, although that seems to be a report which people are saying that if that's the case, then it would be wise for everyone to evacuate the area, stay out of the way, and just get to safety as soon as you can. And there are people on Twitter, local residents, who are offering their homes and opening their doors for people who can't get home in any other way, and also cab drivers offering people free rides wherever they need to go. A real spirit of solidarity. So again, it seems to be another day, another week, and another terrorist attack in London. And of course, people will be demanding not just words and not just all the kind of platitudes which have come forward, but for people to actually really study the roots of terrorism, which countries are funding them, and to finally stop sending them weapons and take action.
All right, that's RT.
And the police then as well guided us down along and kept us all moving fairly quick down along, so it was a fairly efficient exit from the building. So we just
I'm going to check her later because she definitely knew far too much.
Luckily enough, this kind gentleman has opened up his pub for us and allowed us to stay in here because we left in a hurry, so we've no clothes nor anything like that with us. So the kids are wrecked tires, like, and just we're just put out a bit.
If I was ISIS, am I going to go and do a small little attack with a knife?
And so we're quite happy and safe here where we are at the moment.
There's the bike guy.
Better be safe than sorry. Okay.
Well, that was our producer,
Nick Stylianou,
fix my mic. Who's been caught up in it. I've seen a number of pictures, a number of bits of video this evening of people, essentially in their pajamas, in night dresses, have been evacuated themselves in and around the London Bridge area. Just to remind you of the statement we've had from Downing Street in the past few minutes, a statement from the Prime Minister, as you would expect at a time when all the suspicion is that this was an act of terror. She said this: following updates from police and security officials, I can confirm that the terrible incident in London is being treated as a potential act of terrorism. This is a fast-moving investigation. I want to express my huge gratitude to the police and emergency services who are on scene. Our thoughts are with those who are caught up in these dreadful events. Well, one man who's been very, very close to these events this evening has been our cameraman, Pete Milnes, who's been following, trying to get as close to events as possible. And I believe, Pete, if you can hear me, that you've got some information that you've just received.
We'll see if that. There we go. That might have fixed the echo a little bit. There we go.
Pete, it's Neil in the studio here. I'm told that you might be able to provide us with something of an update.
In some way, and they seem to kind of
Okay, thanks a lot, Sheik.
He told me
I've
that
got
he was in
50
a
different
restaurant
things
where
going on in my
one
headphones,
man
so it's
entered armed with a knife.
No, it's still the
It
same.
was about
I
a
can
foot
hear it.
long. He actually put his hands out and about a foot wide. So he said the blade was about a foot long, and there were 4 others outside. 4 other assailants armed with knives outside. And which kind of fits in well with when I was up closer to the scene and armed officers were pushing me back with lots of other locals in a very hurriedly fashion. Clearly because there were other people in the area that the police hadn't tracked down. So there were, according to this eyewitness, there were 5 assailants.
We're going to stay on Sky News for a bit. I can't seem to get anything off of BBC
in Borough Market.
Let's try BBC News.
I'm sorry to have to ask you to repeat that. We missed the very beginning of that. But this was an eyewitness you spoke to in the past few minutes. He was in the restaurant, the Al Pastoro restaurant in and around Borough Market.
Can try and get on BBC.
Yeah, that's correct. So it's next to Tapas Brandisa. He didn't want to go on camera, but he told me one man entered the restaurant armed with a knife about a foot long and stabbed a lady who was in the restaurant, maybe a waitress. Along with other people actually threw bottles and chairs at this man armed with a knife to try and stop him. And he also told me there were 4 other assailants he saw, all armed, in the vicinity, so maybe outside the restaurant or on the same street as the restaurant at Borough Market.
Pete, we will pause there. We'll be back to you in just a moment. But the very latest that we have from the Metropolitan Police is this tweet, that at 25 minutes past midnight, the incidents at London Bridge and Borough Market were declared as terrorist incidents. Another tweet from the Metropolitan Police, which they've put out in just the past couple of minutes. The incident at Vauxhall is a stabbing and is not connected to the incidents at London Bridge and at Borough Market. So there we have from the police confirmation that they are treating these incidents as terrorism. I'll just speak to our defence correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who's still in the studio with me. What is the significance of that for this investigation? I mean, frankly, given the amount of police on the ground, given the other emergency services that are there, not much, because frankly the working assumption from almost from the first few minutes will have been that this was in some way.
There's a lot of people watching.
It's hard to know at this stage, from where we're sitting, why they feel confident.
I think the news channels are being flooded right now because it is
one of the reasons might be, as Pete was just telling us on the phone, it might be down to the number of attackers involved. So just to repeat what Pete was hearing on the ground in London Bridge from someone, an eyewitness in a restaurant, saying that he saw 5 attackers armed with big knives. And that might be one of the reasons that the police are treating this as a terrorist incident. More generally, the significance of this being a terror incident will play out over the coming hours. But I suppose we have to ask what it might mean for the election campaign. We also have to wonder if there were 5 attackers, their whereabouts right now, because that would be very hard for the police to track them down. If they are still alive, it will be hard for the police to track them down, particularly if they've split. And of course, those numbers would suggest a network of sorts, although at the moment it would seem to be a fairly crude type of attack, using a vehicle and using knives, and nothing more sophisticated at that than that from what we've heard. But we will also be looking at whether or not JTAC, the Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, which constantly reviews and assesses the threat level, will decide to raise it. Of course, the threat level that was raised to critical in the hours after the Manchester attack was lowered again to severe last weekend, almost exactly a week ago. Will they decide
put your arms down, put your arms down.
So the fact that it is terrorism, in some senses,
these guys just got their hands on
little effect on the police operation. Because either way, you know, regardless of that label of terrorism, there is an active investigation and operation ongoing, and the police will need to track down the people behind
Everything
this.
is
But of course, terrorism
taking a
has
lot of
many other
time.
connotations.
A lot of time
At
here
least
to load up,
London
as
is
you
a
can see.
global city,
Trying to
a
get it
city
going.
that receives many, many tourists, and will have had an
I don't have the best
experienced
stream, sorry to say.
terrorist attack in a number of months. And when you add that, of course, to the terror attacks in Manchester, it will undoubtedly have
It
an
seems like
impact on the image of the United Kingdom.
It just seems like a regular Saturday night.
Thank you. Just to reiterate that at times like this, the emergency services are stretched. London Ambulance has been tweeting the following, that they have multiple resources responding to the incidents in London tonight. More information, they say, to come. They thank staff who've made offers of support, but they do say that they have sufficient resources to respond to this incident. However, one tweet, which is worth mentioning, that they have put out to the general public: as we respond to a number of incidents in London, London Ambulance say, we ask that you only call us in a genuine emergency. And of course, you can always dial 111 for medical assistance. Let's speak to our reporter, Caterina Vitozzi, who I believe is on the south side of London Bridge on Southwark Street. And, a little bit earlier on this evening, pictures that we saw there, so some rather more frenetic activity behind you. Things do appear to have calmed somewhat. However, as we were hearing from our cameraman, Pete Milnes, the idea that there were people armed and in and around that area, you can understand why the police were so keen to expand that cordon to push people back in the way that they did.
Yes, you can, and there is a real sense here when you're hearing how the police are talking to pedestrians, they're talking to people trying to moving along the road. There's a real urgency. They're shouting at these people, trying to get them out of the areas which they still say are not safe. A little earlier, I spoke to a young man who had been around Borough Market when the incident took place, and he along with about 20 other people took shelter in the basement of a restaurant in that area, and they said that there they heard gunfire, and then they took shelter for about an hour before police came into that restaurant and shouted and screamed at these people to move west towards the location where we are now, because they said it simply wasn't safe in the location that we were. And in fact, we saw about 20-30 people sort of lie in a file, walking sort of from this direction, from behind me, walking west towards Waterloo Station, where police had advised these people it would be a place where they could travel from. And they had their hands on their head, and I asked this gentleman, why did you put your hands on your head? Were you asked to do that? They said no. They said they felt like it was just the sort of the safe position to be in. And I think that just goes to show that at the moment there's a lot of fear, there's a lot of shock, and there's a lot of uncertainty really about what's happening, especially amongst those people that have been caught up in the events here on this busy Saturday night, when they're expecting to go out to a bar, to a pub, lots of people at parties, and it's taken a lot of time for them to really work out what's been going on.
I agree.
And in fact, the position where we are now, as you can probably hear, there's a lot of police cars, there's a lot of ambulance still using this avenue in order to access the London Bridge location behind us. So although out towards west, things have seemed to calm down a little bit, there's a lot of traffic still moving to London Bridge, where that active police operation is still ongoing.
Caterina, thanks very much. Well, let's go to the other side of the Thames, to the north side, where we can speak to Tamara Cohen. And Tamara, just looking over your shoulder there, I mean, it's pretty clear that there are still substantial numbers of people in the area. The police shepherding them out, it would appear.
I agree. I think things are going to get very, very, very weird.
That's
very,
right.
very
I'd say
fast.
about 100, perhaps more than 100 people
trying to
have
control
just been
everybody.
shepherded by the police over the bridge, and they're just being led over here. We don't know whether they were stranded in the restaurants and bars over the bridge, but the police, as you can see, are bringing a second batch of them carefully across the bridge.
These
a
are
lot of kids
people,
are
lady.
scared,
This is not a batch
they
of
are
them.
waiting
These
here
are
to get
fucking
further instructions on where to go, because of course no one is being allowed to go to certain places on the other side of the bridge. People who live in the area are being advised to find alternative accommodation. So if any of these people are tourists or locals, I think the police will want to advise them on where they should go tonight.
They're just people.
I was here about an hour ago, or perhaps an hour and a half ago,
I'm starting to get
and
pissed
saw
off.
some of those people who had been in the restaurants and bars on the other side of the bridge. And I spoke to a girl called Lara, who we had interviewed earlier, and her friend, who were drinking in a pub called the Old Thameside Inn. And they described how police ran in, told them to run. They ran across the bridge. They got into a random person's car in order to get over here. They saw, they said, two people lying on the ground, and other people appeared to be wounded, covered in blood.
Okay. Okay. Let's go see. Here we go. Got BBC.
Just step away again there. So, for periods where I'm standing, we're not far from London Bridge. We're on Southwark Street. Things are calm. When I first got here, though, there was intense police activity. They were moving people on. This is a very, very busy area on a Saturday night, so a lot of people around here unaware of what had happened.
I'm going to turn this down.
Being ushered out of what appered to be the danger.
Just give me a moment. Give me a moment.
Maybe they've had a couple of drinks.
Just going to turn that down. No, you inject whatever level of shit you want to. That's what this channel's about. It's open. Everyone's allowed their opinion. Everyone's allowed their say.
The Metropolitan Police were adopting. We've heard from Theresa May as this was being treated as a potential act of terrorism earlier. That's subsequently superseded by what the Met have said, that it is being treated as terrorism. We've heard from Jeremy Corbyn too, who talks of these incidents being brutal and shocking after first hearing the reports that the van had ploughed into pedestrians, followed by what we understand are at least one stabbing, maybe more in the Borough Market
area. We'll just keep an eye on this.
A very, very serious incident unfolding here, and it's only 2+ hours since we got first details of what had happened.
Let's see. He said 2+ hours.
Behind me, it's fairly quiet again.
I've been streaming for a while.
The world's media are here.
Yeah, clipboard number 2.5.
Just have a look at what's going on around here.
Let's have a look. Yeah, the journalists. You know, it's only just 2+ hours. They're fully armed. Look at this. Look at this. These guys are fucking professional, I tell you. Okay, let's
Nick, thank you very much. Nick Qureshi there on London Bridge. Well, joining us now on the line is journalist Redmond Shannon. He's at the police cordon near Monument and has spoken to an eyewitness.
Just turn that down to a little bit.
Who have you spoken to?
There, we'll go down a touch.
I've spoken to a couple of people. The first was a young woman who was on the bridge.
Yeah, they want us to watch telly. Yeah, but we're watching it with a different attitude here, Christopher. But enjoy. We're trying to get some CCTV cameras going too, but if you can post me a link, I'll gladly post it up. We'll go back on the Sky. See what they're doing. There we go. We'll pause that. We'll keep that up. I'm going to add RT again. Yeah, it's working. But we're not falling for it, Chris. We're not falling for the bullshit. You know, we're going to keep on watching and see what's going on. He's a good bus driver. Good bus driver. You turn that bus around. Okay, let's go this. Let's turn this back up a touch.
And then suddenly, further ahead of us, we noticed another casualty in the road. And then the traffic coming from the opposite direction, coming from the south, stopped. And a driver of a black cab said there has been a terrorist attack I think the phrase he used was,
no one got shot. What happened is, well, there was shooting. They said there were shootings, but apparently a car on London Bridge ran into some people. 3 dudes got out and started stabbing people. And then there was 2 more incidences, but they haven't said what they were.
But those are the reports that we had. I certainly saw people who looked as if they'd been run over.
Yeah, I agree, archetypal. They've been ramping everything up all over the world.
On your side of the bridge, you then saw someone
They don't like us.
on the other side.
They don't like us.
Is there any possibility that this just could have been an accident?
They're trying to get complete control.
No, I don't think it was an accident.
Have you heard of 1033 program?
I would say, particularly judging from the response to the emergency services.
Because after all these incidences, they sell all these militarized vehicles to all the police forces.
Stand still for a few minutes.
Not as of yet.
And behind me,
they're saying at least 1 dead.
I saw 2 policemen get out.
Wait for the numbers. Wait for the numbers.
And they were holding machine guns and they were putting on helmets. It was clear at least that they thought they were responding to something far more serious than...
yeah, you can blame America for that, because that's kind of where it's starting to stem from.
Quite early on this evening.
But I swear, I was talking to a friend...
traffic incident.
Well, 2 years ago, I saw some heavily militarized UK police vehicles
conflicting eyewitness reports
that came into the country
about the same event. We spoke to Tony Murphy, whose flat is adjacent to Southwark Bridge, not London Bridge, but very close by. He spoke of hearing gunfire.
Well, it's just happening now, Chris. And well, I've been watching it for 2 hours since it first started. Tried to get my stream going right away.
Bridge, so London Bridge is across the way, and in fact there was tremendous gunfire.
They keep on showing the same footage over and over.
Then I recognized it was significant gunfire, and that was the first instance. And only afterwards, very rapidly, because I'm on Upper Thames Street here, then the emergency started about 10 minutes after, but the whole incident started with gunfire. And it was
there's clipboard guy, there he is.
Which other people would have thought it was fireworks.
Clipboard guy.
Of course, I
gotta watch out for him, always.
I mean, that was the precipitating cause. And after that,
it does seem like a drill.
Shooting match of ambulances and police and what you're seeing on the television screen at the moment, but I was worried about it, and in fact I texted my family to say there was gunfire even before they started.
Yeah, I think they're getting us all programmed.
Gunfire, was it, in your opinion, as former military yourself, was that one weapon firing bursts, or did it appear that it was more than one weapon? Well,
there was rapid fire, because that's why I thought it was fireworks at the time. There was quite significant, it went on for quite a significant amount of time, sufficient for me to get out of the chair and have a look through the window to see if it was fireworks.
Sufficient enough for him to get out of the chair.
Wow.
Lazy ass.
That was before there was any police response.
Okay, I'm going to go on back on the BBC. I'm going to get RT up again.
Tube station.
Let's see.
The second person I spoke to was a young man. He was out with friends, clearly extremely disturbed by what he saw. He told me that he saw a knife. He saw something happen which he said he just couldn't articulate. It sounded like it was very violent. It sounded like he was extremely traumatized, and he said if he had been crossing that bridge 2 minutes later, he believed it would have been him.
So what's going to come after that drill?
To say any more, he wouldn't give me his name, but he and his friends were extremely upset.
Yeah, I think clipboard guy is tracking down the cameraman.
So tell us where you are now and what you can see.
I can see the police cordon has been
extended
away from above Monument Tube Station, and police are basically trying to divert a lot of people who are looking for taxis, looking to get home after a night out, trying to just keep the area secure. It has calmed down a lot. An ambulance went by about 10 minutes ago into the scene. For the most part, over the last 3/4 of an hour, it has been a lot quieter, but obviously there are a lot of emergency response vehicles still on the scene.
Yes, apparently a lot of first responders have been calling in, offering to come into work, and they've been deluged with offers, and thankfully they have enough.
They have enough.
as you've really implied,
she just said
eyewitnesses
that they have enough.
They can't quite believe what they've seen.
How can they know they have enough if this is an ongoing terrorist event?
He said it is the worst thing he has
You
ever
can't
seen.
have enough. That
what
doesn't
he
make
said.
sense. That doesn't make
So
sense.
that
Sorry.
He couldn't tell me the level of violence. He didn't want to say it. You could see it in his eyes. He was extremely upset, and when he wanted to stop talking, I let him go because he had obviously seen something quite terrible. By the time I did get to the scene, it was about 40 minutes after the incident that we now know happened.
And we're
About
just
10 past 10. Most of the witnesses probably had gone by then, but a couple were still around, and they left shortly afterwards.
I think
it speaks
they
very
are
much of how packed and
because
busy London is on a Saturday night. The enormity of the task for the
enormity of the
police
task.
to lead
Okay.
everybody to safety.
Sky has gone to full loop mode. No more videos. It's all going to be done, dusted, and cleaned up.
Police were screaming.
So let's see what BBC is doing again.
Loudly at journalists, at witnesses.
Okay, Markson, you take care. Good to have you on board. Good to have you on board. Yeah, it's getting on, but I'm going to try and keep the stream going. Try and keep everything going.
To move back, to get back, and at one point.
Yes, it seems like they've played their clips. They've scared everybody.
And perhaps had seen something pretty traumatic.
We're going to keep watching. People do get
was being screamed
hurt,
at,
killed, various things in these incidences.
He was in tears. Police told him to get back for his own good. But he obviously wanted to stay.
Come on.
With someone on the scene or stay on the scene.
I think it's getting flooded now. But we'll see. I might lose the stream. Might lose it.
Tears, extremely upset, and that's the.
No, they haven't named them yet. They did say 3 people
on the scene. Still about 45 minutes.
Yeah, but they're not mentioning the guns and who shot who. All they've mentioned so far is stabbing and knives.
Monument not far away from that first incident on London Bridge. My colleague, reporter Greg Dawson, has been here with me in the studio for quite some time now, carefully keeping an eye on the various different developments. And I think that the London Ambulance Service have just issued another statement.
Yes, a short statement from
Okay, here we go. Another statement.
Saying we're responding to an incident alongside other emergency services.
Where do you live, Archetypal?
We have sent a number of ambulance crews, advanced paramedics and specialist response teams to the scene. With the first of our medics.
I live in Manchester.
In 6 minutes.
Just
they go on to say an advanced trauma team from London's air ambulance has also been dispatched by car.
Last week's incident, and tomorrow they have a great big benefit concert for Ariana Grande and all the things that's went on. So keep an eye on things.
Ensure they receive the medical help they need.
I'm not sure what this is all about, but
our initial
because elections are coming up,
the level and nature of the injuries.
It could be something to do with that. But we'll see.
It was a terrorist incident, but it wasn't being confirmed at that stage, understandably, by the Metropolitan Police as they
we'll see what's going on with Sky right now.
Resources there before they start pumping out information to us.
Yeah, I'm in Manchester.
There are more police resources in this area arriving around London Bridge and the streets surrounding it, because what we have
sure, no problem, buddy. Let me just go in and give you a wrench.
We know
gladly.
that there has been
gladly.
That shooting.
Give everybody a wrench if they want.
Armed police officers
let's
against
go.
one suspect. Information that we have suggested that suspect was shot and may have been killed. But as far as other suspects are concerned, and there's...
Okay, just bring it up. Here we go. It's just I don't have my chat popped out, so I got to go into here. I'm going to pop out the chat. I'm going to make it a little easier. Yeah, 2 days. Surprising, isn't that? There, we'll add you. Give Chris, if you want to type in more. Let's go here. Come on, come on. Things are going a little slow. There we go. Come on. Yeah, Chris, I'm from Canada, but I live in the UK. Been in the UK for quite a while. There we go. There you go, Chris. That should give you the ability to type more. And oh, sheeps and needs. We've got to give you a wrench. I think. We'll go back. We'll go forward. Go forward. I'll pop out the chat. Pop out the chat. There we go. So I can do that. Then I can go back. Go back. There we go. That works for me. Go back. Get the streams coming back in. Okay. Give you a... Well, I'm from British Columbia originally, but let's get this back on. Let's go back into here.
Where
there we go.
Being taken to?
No, there were a number of hospitals in that nearby area across central London. Clearly, there will be a lot of hospitals on alert and waiting for casualties to arrive. We don't know the nature of
it's all good if you want to type more and more. Go ahead.
But this statement from the London Ambulance Service, which was issued,
give you the ability to type more.
Just detailing
won't hold you back.
The
you can post links.
Deployed to that area.
If you can find a camera, you can post it.
For the moment, thank you very much. Let's go back to...
There we go. Is that better?
And speak to our reporter again,
yes.
Nick Qureshi. As you said, it's very much an ebb and flow situation.
I'm fumbling my way through here.
For a while, and then things liven up again. You can see police standing behind you. What are they able to tell you, Nick?
Excellent. Okay.
Well, at the moment, the main priority here is for police to get people out of what they've perceived to be a danger zone, so they're not telling me very much. They will obviously be saying more as the night goes on. I think other people...
What are we seeing here?
You've heard more from witnesses on the scene who've actually been affected by what's happened. All I can do is report that I'm a little way away from on my mobile phone as what we see here. People have been moved.
We're going to go on to this guy.
The intense police activity trying to get Saturday night crowds away from the scene.
I'm going to go to this guy. Going to pause him.
What exactly you saw this evening?
Let's see what this guy has to say.
We just finished paying for our meal at about 10:15. There was a panic. A young lady came rushing into the restaurant saying that somebody was waving a knife around outside, and the restaurant manager heard everybody into a safe area up above in the staff area. We were stuck in that area for about an hour and a half, at which time we heard several volleys of shots. 3 separate volleys of shots with a pretty good gap in between them. We had no real idea what was going on, except to say that we knew there was police activity outside. After about an hour and a half, we were let out of the restaurant. We were told to run with our hands on our heads, and we were just, we saw all the various activity outside. We didn't see any bodies or anything, but it was a very busy scene for the police, and we'd been walking for about a half an hour when we arrived at this pub here in another location in Birmingham.
Mr. Control.
So,
Mr. Control.
That's all I can tell you, frankly, at this stage.
I think he's the director. He's the director. This is him.
Well, let's, Nick, I wonder if you can still hear me.
Hello?
Hi, Nick. It's Neil in the studio here. Just as regards the evacuation of the hotel, you'll have spoken to
me either.
Some of the
I don't know how they
stars
believe it either.
Did that happen? Is it your understanding that happened just simply because of where that hotel is located? Or was there any suggestion that people inside the hotel were specifically at risk?
No, there was no suggestion that anyone that I've spoken to felt they were at risk. It seems that
Do you hear this?
people staying in the hotel
Are you hearing this?
sirens, and then a short time afterwards, the fire alarm went off, and the evacuation process began. So it seems to be that the police or the emergency services were in the area and had notified the hoteliers.
Absolutely archetypal. We are waking up, and we're not falling for the bullshit. We're not falling for the hatred.
After a hard day's sightseeing in the centre of London, and now they find themselves in luckily a warm place just south of where they should be spending the night. But there's no indication that there was any threat to that hotel, to that Premier Inn. It just appears that the evacuation process.
Somebody said nobody told them to put their hands on the head, but I think that's bullshit.
Ventured quite close to the cordon.
I think.
Coming southwards anyway, so the cordon has expanded.
But now you see that police officer. This guy just told them take their hands down. Take their hands down.
When I
see, well, look.
They've
all got the word.
Day to day, not just there
take your hands down.
It seems that people are being told to stay inside and lock their doors. It just seems that tourists are being evacuated from the premises, and luckily the landlord here at the Royal Oak has opened their doors as a kind of refuge for those stranded.
Nick, thanks very much.
Look at them all running. Look at the cops running at the people, causing them to run. Go.
Terrorist, well, they were treating it at the incident
in
London Bridge and the Borough Market as terrorism related. The Prime Minister released this statement. Following updates from police and security officials, I can confirm that the incident in London is being treated as a potential act of terrorism. This is a
That's induced panic.
I want to express my huge gratitude to the police.
Wouldn't they be saying, calm down, follow us?
Our thoughts.
And then you look at this lady here.
In these,
I'm going to move her over.
Like Stiliano was saying, pubs are throwing open their doors to bring in from the cold people who've been asked to leave their hotel. Let's speak to Sky's Jason Farrell. And Jason, you've been speaking to some of those people.
This is weird.
In the
this is weird.
This evening.
This is very weird.
Yeah, that's right. So
all of it.
Just south of Borough Market, where obviously much of the area has
been
taken.
I'll move him back over.
With Jenny and Luca, who were both caught up in this incident, saw what happened, or at least heard what happened. Just describe to me what
Let's see what these guys are saying.
Well, again, we're upstairs,
again,
just in front of the Borough Market, in
again,
on the 3rd floor, and we just heard gunshots. We heard a lot of crashes. So as we, looked outside,
did you hear that?
The first thing you see again is a lot of fear and confusion with everyone outside on the streets.
Yeah. Why would he say again?
And then, before the police came again, there was a lot going on. People were running in various different directions. And then thankfully, again, the police were able to come.
Yeah, people were telling everybody, the police were telling everybody to evacuate, and we were just looking out of our windows, seeing what was going on, because we just heard, gunshots and big crashes. And then they hauled us down and they told us to evacuate. So all of our,
So how many police at this stage?
I mean, in the beginning there weren't very many, but very quickly, within a span of 5 minutes, there were an insurmountable amount of police officers, firefighters, ambulances. They all kept running through and kept growing by the minute. Which was great, because of the level of confusion and stress that was going on beforehand.
Yeah, and then were you directed in a certain way, or how did
what happened? They just kind of told us to get away, as far as possible.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah, there was just a lot of gunshots and like loud noises, and like there was just a lot of police.
Listen to the accents.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, they didn't tell us exactly what was occurring. All they told us that for our safety, we need to get as far from the location as possible. Originally, we were planning on staying inside with our stuff. They told us to leave all of our stuff.
What's the third time or the fourth time?
Did they come into?
I'm starting to lose count of the American voices.
We were peeking outside of the window, so they just told us to come down.
Right.
And it was up to us, really.
So you're saying even 5 floors up, you're not safe in there, you've got to get out.
You got to get out, and you got to get out now. Was there?
And we saw people coming out of their apartments, too, and they didn't even have shoes on.
5 floors up, and they're saying you got to get out now. For a car that's ran over people on the bridge.
You obviously didn't see these attackers.
We didn't. We weren't able to see the attackers. The only thing we were able to see was pretty much all of the aftermath. So everything that happened after that, pretty much, again, it was a lot of funneling out the police. Thankfully, we were able to take control of the situation pretty quickly and able to kind of direct the traffic of people coming in, because there's people coming in. I mean, there's people.
What's going on here?
Injured?
Well, we saw ambulance coming in.
Let's go back up. Get this scrolled up to the end.
We've heard that there's been a decent amount of injuries.
See if we're into the live part.
Casualties and deaths,
and I understand you're flying home.
I'm seeing errors.
Yeah, we're originally from Canada, so they just told us to leave, and we left all of our luggage back there, and we got a flight to catch tomorrow. So we're just trying to figure out how we're going to get back.
I mean, we came here with with the
bloody Canadians.
Yeah, we've learned as well.
Yeah, exactly.
People in the bar
so we came here kind of to help
injured.
that out, and
were
then
they injured in
we have
the
a flight
bar,
back tomorrow.
or have they come in with those injuries?
And I understand that you've been on Facebook and people have offered you places to stay tonight. Is that right?
Yeah, fortunately, they've been so nice. They've been offering like people, just strangers out of nowhere, just been asking.
That's a very good idea, Chris.
I mean, they've been asking in general. For us, thankfully,
I think they'd be too busy to notice.
Followed us throughout, our journey here, and then, they were, as we posted our what was going on.
I'm a Canuck, I can say that. So can you, Chris.
Who kind of following us through Facebook told us that they have a place for us to stay.
Yeah, and I hear someone's on their way down to pick you up.
Thankfully, it's been a stressful few hours right now without our stuff or anything like that.
Why does he keep looking for reassurance? Why does he keep looking? Like, am I saying the right things?
Somewhere to stay, and thank you very much, Luca and Jenny, for talking to us. That's very kind of you. And the man holding the camera, Pete Milne, who's holding this camera at the moment, he was also caught up in this. He was pushed away by the police. Sounds like he had a very similar experience, but he also spoke to someone who was in the El Pasto restaurant who talked about one of these attackers walking into that restaurant with about a foot-long knife, and he described throwing tables or chairs rather and bottles to try and fend this guy off. And we understand from this person who spoke to Pete that the attacker stabbed a woman in that restaurant.
Jason,
so
thank you.
His cameraman
defense correspondent Alistair Bunko
was caught up in the incident.
Actually, from a variety of
is that what he just said?
Including a Reuters reporter and a Sun reporter, that there have been some explosions, some loud bangs. Now, when one hears something like that after events this evening, people will undoubtedly panic, but the likelihood as it stands is that these were controlled explosions.
I think one would have to assume that, either these were controlled explosions or something else.
Okay, well, no problem, Archetypal. Take care. It was good to have you on board. Love your opinions.
What was happening inside that bar very close to London Bridge. Just a reminder that a major incident is still being dealt with in 2 locations in the centre of London on London Bridge.
So now they're reporting a number of casualties.
In Southwark Borough Market.
So too are wayward reports as people try and work out exactly what has gone wrong. And it's very hard in the hour or two after.
Well, I'm trying, mate.
And what is sometimes
it's not easy.
Misreporting.
Police say there has been
as you know. Be good. Be good.
What is a very panicked and
drop back any time, Archetypal.
And struggle sometimes to remember.
No, there's been 3 locations.
The numbers of people, there's been reports
that they're saying
3 men getting out of the back of a white van. Others saying they weren't sure whether they'd seen that or heard it's true. We've heard other reports of 5 men, 5 attackers in and outside a restaurant. Again, heard that from nowhere else. So there's a lot of moving parts.
Police say there's been more than one fatality. Officers then responded to reports of stabbings nearby
and shots were fired. The first
for
incident
an
happened at London Bridge, one of the
just
major
watching
arteries
these guys
between
go
the
through
north and the
drawn
south
from
of
the ranks
city.
of the military.
The reported
So the
stabbings
military
took place in Borough
that were
Market,
deployed
which is nearby.
primarily, almost
The British Prime Minister Theresa May has described the incidents in London as
last
a potential
week as part of Operation Tempera, which was enacted after the Manchester.
There you go. There you go. They just deployed last week troops in London under Operation Deploy. And then this happens. Once again, a drill before a drill. Again. That's it. That's it. Just confirmed it. That was just confirmed.
The Joint Terrorism Analysis Centre, they constantly review
there you go.
and assess it. It is a cold-headed decision based on intelligence.
They're trying to put the troops on the streets, people.
The work
this is
done
it.
by the North West Terror Command and Greater Manchester Police.
People are, this is getting out of hand.
To round up the network that was associated with those attacks.
Yeah, get used to martial law. Get used to martial law. That's it. Get used to martial law, people, because that's what's happening.
As they listen to
They're
this,
doing it.
watch this news and wake up in the morning.
They're doing it.
Say, well, why was that threat level brought down? And only a few days later we have another attack here in London. Well,
take a look at his face.
Most probably are completely unrelated.
Yeah.
And the threat level is assessed very independently and objectively.
The men in black.
In relation to the Manchester attack, and now we have something else that is happening in London.
So they mentioned the Manchester attack. They mentioned the London 7/7 attacks. They keep mentioning false flag attacks. Once again.
Continue to avoid London Bridge and Borough. However, the night tube on the Jubilee line isn't stopping at London Bridge, but it is continuing. You know, the wheels keep turning in this
standing there having a conversation.
no matter the efforts that are put into disrupting the way of life.
But London is a huge city of,
looks after security in a
number of PX13, DCU, Met Police,
on a weekday, the commuting
just going over the stuff.
in the pubs there, and the
I was at the scene.
I'm going to go back onto BBC News, see what they got.
He then went out and tried to see what
They're doing loops. BBC News is doing a loop through. Everyone's looping.
Will feel as though the area has come to a complete standstill and it is on
and he said that he saw these three men attacking people in the Borough Market area. He saw a woman in her early 20s.
Get the sound on there. Pause this one.
Into the heart of London, and
life
listen
continues
as normal. And of course, nobody would want, apart from
how you rebel? How you doing?
The police, the emergency services, the government, the authorities, the Mayor of London, anyone involved in trying to keep London safe and moving will want other parts of London to continue as much as possible, as normally as possible. But of course, what we have going on right now in London Bridge.
No, nothing like that showing sheets and neats.
London, albeit
nothing.
Just south of the river from the city of London.
Yeah, no problems, Rebel. I'm doing my best to try and get as much as I can in here.
Emergency services with a wide cordon.
A number of casualties, as you can see on your screen. We have not as yet had the
Go back on there. Pause here.
Not far down the river from here at Vauxhall. We don't think that is connected. The police have confirmed.
We're going to see what's going on.
And from the demeanour of the officers
Southwark.
here, the size of the cordon, the fact that the police helicopter is covering one area, it does look to me as though this incident...
Hiya, Shrumanati. How you doing, pal?
What the Metropolitan Police say, to be sure about that.
Yeah, Tom, I
Let's
can
go
see
on to
that
my,
with the cordon behind you, it's very quiet.
I'm going to give some wrenches out here.
Pictures of people,
there you go. Add a moderator.
Streets, some with their hands up.
People want to type in and say as much as they want. You can all have a wrench.
With your security knowledge, I guess part of that is if they are looking for any potential attackers who might be among the crowd.
Archwin, did he? Did he?
To contain the area, which is of course straight away a crime scene full of clues. For example, items that might have been dropped by the attackers.
Okay.
Their van is a very important crime scene where they need to cordon that off and make sure they start looking at that as soon as possible. I've just come back from Manchester.
Not porn bombed. I hope I don't get porn bombed.
Manchester bomb.
I hate when that happens.
That attacker, Salman Abedi, within 2 hours of the attack. Forensics officers at the scene of the attack
identified him, and I think you can be sure that there will be forensics officers down the road from me now heading towards the scene.
So they've identified the guy.
Identify who these men are. If they are among the dead, they're down in Borough Market, which is what
they're down in Borough Market.
Eyewitnesses. And from there, the job is to
right.
make sure they understand who these people are, identify them, and whether they're connected with anybody the security services know to be on a list of about 3,000
casualties are
people
reported.
who may be people of interest to the security services and the police. So it's a really big job. The Metropolitan Police, thankfully, have been spared.
Don't share the join link.
Frontline investigation that's going on in Manchester. They will
of course, they're always dead, aren't they? Yeah, it seems that way.
It's going to be a long investigation for them that I suspect will go on for weeks.
Tom, you just mentioned the Manchester attack.
This guy's here again. This guy.
Put this into context for us.
He's been around all over the place. Watch, he'll be getting interviewed.
Well, let me go back to the attack before that, because this is now the third attack we've had this year.
Third attack this year, yeah, of course.
Incidents. The attack.
We know about the Manchester one now.
Driving into people, very similar to this, on Westminster Bridge, which for those perhaps international audience watching this is down the river from here.
Yeah, the one where they ran over the mannequin.
Out of the
yeah,
van,
I mentioned that one.
Attacking a police officer, killing that police officer, shot dead by
yeah, social services. Yeah, they were.
The Houses of Parliament. So that's attack number one. Very similar to this, it seems, on the face of it. From the eyewitnesses we've spoken to, and there are obviously caveats with what they say, but a vehicle driven into people.
Yeah, Christians did this. You Christians, you're so naughty.
Running out of the vehicle, running around the corner into Borough Market and attacking members.
I shouldn't be laughing because this is very serious, because this concerns all of us. This really concerns all of us.
The odd one out, if you like, is
Operation Gladio.
Manchester Arena bombing took a lot more sophisticated planning. To build a device of that size would have required training, the gathering of obviously the materials to put the bomb together. We think from the investigation up there that Salman Abedi had potentially rented a number of flats to carry out the job of putting the device together. That looks different, and that is interesting. Of course, the problem for the police, once one attack has happened, it is that it is likely or potentially going to spark other attacks. The security services...
What are they trying... What's this guy promoting some more bullshit? It's gonna... that's bullshit. Fuck off. Sorry. Don't mean to swear, but this guy...
There's always a risk that one attack will trigger another. We saw that in 2005.
I'm going back on this guy.
The 7/7 bombing
I'll get rid of
an attempted attack on the London Underground.
Gonna get rid of him.
Later,
BBC is promoting more propaganda. Bye-bye, BBC. More propaganda. Yep. Let's get back on here.
Services at the scene that we've seen, and judging by eyewitnesses, that the response to this attack was extremely rapid indeed.
Keep an eye.
But then you would
he'll show up lots
right in the centre of London as it is.
Alistair, thank you. In just a moment, we'll speak to
see if we got some more reports coming in.
But first, we've had a statement from Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London.
Yeah, he does.
Said this. The Metropolitan Police are responding to the horrific terrorist attack at London Bridge and Borough Market.
Horrific terrorist attack, and we still haven't had any real details whatsoever.
And we'll be working throughout the night. The Mayor of London continues. I'm in close contact with the Met Commissioner and senior officers, and I'm being kept updated on all
don't worry, archetypal.
Emergency.
You're not being full of doom and gloom to me.
Sadiq Khan says this. London Bridge Station is closed, and we are asking people
to
avoid the area. The situation
I have
is
some
still unfolding.
skills.
I would ask all Londoners and visitors to our city to be calm and vigilant. Please report anything suspicious to the
but
police.
actually, archetypal, I'm
in an emergency.
Leaving England pretty soon.
Sadiq Khan concludes thus. We don't yet know the full details, but this was a deliberate...
Yeah, it is. It's a precursor to martial law. They're definitely getting us into the mindset of being controlled.
There is no justification
absolutely.
For such
absolutely archetypal. It's not just, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's all over the world.
From the Mayor of
all
London,
over the world.
A deliberate and cowardly attack, no justification whatsoever for such barbaric acts, he says.
You listen to what they're saying, and they don't even have information, and they're saying all this stuff. That's foreshadowing. They know what it's going to be. They already know. Don't you hear the foreshadowing in there?
As you say, that it was a barbaric and cowardly attack or attacks, and there could be no justification for it, according to the London mayor.
Yeah,
now,
they already
I have
know.
to report to you that in the last few minutes,
they've already decided what it is going to be.
There about the possibility of controlled explosions. We just heard 2 explosions within the last 5 minutes here, just from the area around London Bridge. That area is the scene of quite a lot of police
but they also had a drill a week before in London with military on the ground.
Towards the London Bridge,
and
High Street
this is going
area.
on.
We heard these explosions. Now, it's possible, yes, that
Yeah,
they
he
could be
did.
controlled explosions, but a couple of explosions together like that, and coming also on the back of other reports a little bit earlier of explosions, to me it sounds like it's more likely that they could be
Reports of explosion. When did that come into it?
That are used
When
by
did the
armed
explosions
officers
come
when they're
into it?
pushing forward to confront armed suspects, the kind of devices that we've seen used in some of the raids up in Manchester.
We've all been watching this continuously,
Manchester arena attack,
and that's the
there,
first
where
mention
armed
of
police,
explosions.
entering a property, fearing that people could be there and armed and about to fight back, throwing these.
I've had this stream
devices
going for almost the full time now,
dominate the situation and
since
gain control
midnight.
of a scene. We don't know at this stage if all the suspects have been accounted for. The police have not
all the
said that.
suspects
All
have
they
been
put
accounted
out
for.
Actually, is a very interesting.
They're giving us a lead in
message,
before any of
that
this
they put out in the
information's
events
out
of
here.
mass,
What are they doing?
Gun shootings has been put out by the Met, urging people to run, to hide if they can, and to tell people if it's safe to tell people to call the emergency services. So clearly we're dealing with an incident where, as far as the police and putting that message out are concerned, there are still suspects
thumbs down.
at large. The information that we have,
Thumbs down
is
this
at least
guy.
one
Bye-bye.
suspect may have been subdued. There are reports that someone was shot by armed police. And again,
this is repeated.
Pictures that are circulating on social media that show an individual lying on the ground with what appears to be canisters attached to his torso.
Really?
That,
you haven't shown us in them pictures.
But it is widely circulating now on social media. As I say again, showing someone that the picture purports to be a suspect lying on the ground with canisters attached to.
Okay, we'll go back over to BBC. Let's see what they're saying. We got some.
You're not sure whether these are linked, but because of the proximity of where these attacks, if you like, have taken place, it's clear that something was done.
What are the American news channels doing right now? Let's try see what ABC is doing. ABC News, London.
That's been discounted as having any link to this or any terrorist link. Theresa May, we know the British Prime Minister.
See what comes up.
Tomorrow morning or in the morning now, she will be chairing a meeting of the Government Emergency Cobra Committee, such as the seriousness of what's happened here. And the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn...
Okay, we'll go on and see if we can get an ABC News going.
...as brutal and shocking. There is more than one crime scene.
Okay, we'll see what I can do on that one.
The details are still coming in of what...
Twitter hashtag London.
Metropolitan Police have yet to give us a full update on the latest situation. However,
yeah, we'll get that one on there. We'll see if we can get that up there.
Flashing blue lights. You can maybe
things are running slow, but we'll get it up there.
Police vehicles behind me. What that does suggest, though, is for the time.
Yeah, released on. Yeah, released on.
And it could be
that media, social media,
near the Shard, the iconic London building behind me, and indeed London Bridge itself. Things are easing off there.
Okay, Nick, thank you very much. Nick Qureshi, near to London Bridge. Lots of reaction coming in this evening. But first of all, let's just go back to that photograph that was sent in by a photographer.
Oh, here we go.
Here we go.
This is the one with the canisters.
Potential
here we go.
Attacker lying on the ground. He was shot by police.
Shot by police.
See detail, though,
you
in
see,
this photograph.
see how he's been shot.
What appears to be canisters wrapped around his body.
So they're going to shoot somebody with canisters.
Officers.
And who's this over here?
In that picture, and that was taken by the Wheatsheaf pub in the Borough Market area near the River Thames. That man lying on the ground there with canisters wrapped to him, and that is a detail that lots of people have picked up on.
He's white.
Over the last hour or two. Witnesses in restaurants in that area.
Look at the beard.
That they saw.
Look at that. Look at that.
Or maybe
Watch.
a man approaching with canisters.
See this?
Or what appeared to be canisters, but crucially they used that word strapped to his body, and there we are. We have that photograph. That photograph just came into us here at the BBC in the last few minutes. Okay,
Gabriel Scodio photo.
Another eyewitness.
Okay, let's type that into that. Gabriel
a tour guide on a London bus. John, good evening. Thank you so much for talking to us here on the BBC. Can you just tell us where you were and what you saw?
I don't think I spelled that right.
Okay, we were
Let me go back a touch.
Officers
Gabriel.
surrounding him in that picture, and that was taken by the Wheatsheaf pub in the Borough Market area near the River Thames. That man lying on the ground there with canisters wrapped to him, and that is a detail that lots of people have picked up on over the last hour or two. Witnesses in restaurants in that area of Borough Market saying that they saw men, or maybe a man, approaching with canisters.
Do a search on them.
Canisters, but crucially they used that word strapped to his body, and there we are. We have that
Who is
photograph.
this?
That photograph just came into us here at the BBC in the last few minutes. Okay.
Lighting technician for Spring Studios. Look at that. Look at that. See that?
Who is a tour guide
Do you
on
see
a
that?
London bus. John,
Look.
good evening. Thank you so much for talking to us here on the BBC. Can you just tell us where you were and what you saw?
So this is the guy who released the Twitter stuff.
London Bridge.
How fucking convenient. Look at this. Here, I'll scroll up. Look at that.
On the bus to get
There you go.
cameras out to get a photo of.
There we go. Look at that. Once again, another fucking professional releasing them. Yeah. Yeah. You saw it here first, people. Saw it here first.
On the left-hand
There
side,
it is.
and someone lying on the pavement. We just assumed
Okay, let's go back.
That person may have been accidentally knocked over or something. And as we continued along the at a very slow pace.
Well, wasn't that fun? Wasn't that fun?
There we
Look at
spotted
that.
another person lying on the pavement, and
Let's go back. Let's get this back on there.
Driver Lynn and I assumed that whatever or whoever it was actually happening right there outside Borough Market. We did see a few.
Yeah,
people
cheers, sheeps.
being given CPR.
Yeah, well, we just did that a live catch. Yeah, another professional photographer releases a Twitter photo of the guy. Yeah.
Our driver Lynn has now gone home, and I've just arrived home about 2 minutes ago. And we were unable to move our bus because it's part of the
Here we
area
go.
of the crime scene.
I just got to see that again.
Yeah, so our
Here we
bus
go.
is standing there. We don't
Yeah.
know how long it's going to
Look at
be.
that.
And we thought could even be a few days.
Yeah, John, we are glad that you are safe. Even
Photographer,
if
look at
there.
this.
I just wonder, you say
Look at
you
this.
saw
This is all this
people
guy.
being treated in the
He's
road.
got a Tumblr,
Have you any idea of the
Facebook.
number?
He's
How
got
many
a-
people?
Check his
were
Facebook out,
affected?
people. Everybody,
Well, I
search
counted
this guy out.
8 people.
Search him out.
Lynn and I saw 8 people lying down on the pavement. And
Come on.
Some of
Once
them
again.
were lying in the actual road, if you know, rather than on the actual pavement itself, in the actual road. I mean, the problem
This is,
she was concentrating on her
Let's play
driving.
this. Let's go back onto this one now.
I had a microphone in my hand, so I took my attention off my guy.
We're gonna watch some other stuff. Let's
do 2 things at once.
turn that off. Let's go back on. What's this? Yeah. Would you like a spanner too, Toby? Yes, just because I want everybody to be able to type in as much as they want right now. I don't want anybody to be felt like they can't say what they want to say.
I don't know when we're going to get our bus back.
I mean, what was the sense of
give
urgency from the police officers
Put
when
a
you say
spanner
they
in the
were
works
banging
for
on the
Toby.
bus doors? I mean, did you get the sense that you needed to run for your lives, or was it
There you
they
go,
were
Toby.
out of the area to deal with the
You got a
situation?
tool.
Could you tell?
You can type as much as you want in there.
I thought that perhaps there might have been a car bomb, or there might have been explosives around, and they
Why
were
would you think that?
trying to get us out of the area for our own safety. And I do know that when we got to the other end of the bridge where we were told to go,
Listen to this guy.
the policeman did walk past me with a sniffer dog. So I'm assuming the dog was probably sniffing for explosives.
Too late.
Yeah, so
You got a
that's
wrench.
about all I know, actually.
I can take your wrench back, Toby. Not a
I
problem.
don't know quite as much as what the people on the pavements knew.
No. I mean, your account is very vivid. I mean, you touched on it earlier, John, but presumably you had tourists on this
let's
bus
see that.
to suddenly encounter all these injured people on the road and on the pavements, and then have officers banging on the door and telling you to run. Can you
I'll check that one out right now.
Not only your reaction, but also the reaction of your guests?
Well, to be honest,
let's hear what this guy has to say.
How did they seem when you picked them up?
I
they were
don't
in
clap
they were in shock. Shock as if
there we go.
Just judged by their face. It was just she was almost in tears as well, both of them. They were just counting how many heads there were, how many staff there were left behind, and making phone calls whilst on the.
Yeah. That's very odd that he put it on Twitter for free.
Yes.
He's a professional. He's gonna
he's
sell that phone to the press. There's no way he would put it on for free.
Thank you very much.
That's just ridiculous.
Could you just tell us how you spell your name?
We, of course, have not yet had any word from the London Ambulance Service, or indeed from any of the hospitals to which the injured have been sent, as to the nature and number of the casualties. But certainly it appears clear that if it hadn't been for the actions of both the police and some very brave members of the public, the situation in London this evening might have been rather worse. Understandably, initial focus was on the first incident taking place at that on London Bridge, where a vehicle said to be a white van came off the roads, came back onto the road, and in the process mowed down several people, causing, as far as we know, injuries, and perhaps, and the suspicion is, according to the
oh my God, no way, Donald Trump didn't just say that?
That those injuries may have been very serious.
This is it. You're right, archetypal.
Then, as we've been hearing throughout the evening, events in and around Borough Market, very close.
They're stepping up their game.
Very close to London.
Stepping up the game.
Very close to London.
Very much so.
Very popular area with locals and indeed with tourists. Our cameraman being told about men wielding knives. Another witness, Simon Thomas.
I'm going to pause that. I'm going to go back onto him.
This minute I saw a geezer on the floor going, I've been stabbed. So I looked at him, I saw blood all down him. His mate come past, someone stabbed my mate. The next minute I saw these three Muslim guys run up with knives. They ran up and started stabbing this girl, three of them. I was defenseless, I couldn't do nothing, mate. And then they attacked her, and then they stabbed another guy, I think, if I remember right. That was a bit shocked. They started running up the road. I started going, everybody run, the terrorists, run, and they're stabbing everyone. So I followed them, went down towards the NatWest Bank, towards Borough Market, and then we got round here. They started running in. They ran up to, I think, the tavern. They stabbed the bouncer. They were running in all the pubs, all the bars. I can't remember all of them, but they were running in. They were stabbing everyone. I was going to people, run, throwing bottles at them, pint glasses,
we'll just keep
chairs.
watching
I
this.
tried to help as many people as I could, but at the end of the day, I was defenseless, mate. If I'd have fell over, they'd have probably killed me.
When you're saying they were stabbing everyone, what did you actually see them do?
They were running up going, this is for Allah. When they first see him, they went, this is for Allah. And they run up, they stabbed this girl, I don't know how many times, 10 times, maybe 15 times. And she was going, help me, and I could not do nothing. I tried to help her. I threw something at him. I was a bike on the floor. I tried to pick up the chair, but he was locked to it. To fright at him.
Stabbed her 10, 15 times, and she's screaming, help me, help me.
They will see me on the CCTV at Borough Market, chasing them, or throwing bottles at them, and glasses. I know it's a silly thing to do, but I just tried to save people's life.
Did they actually try and attack you?
Yeah, they tried to stab me. When I threw
Do you have an
chairs
injury?
No. I threw something at them, like a stool, a chair, And as I threw at them, hit them on maybe one of them, two of them on the head, sort of hit them like that or on the back. And then they run towards me to try to stab me, so I run away. So I know if I slipped over, I'd been dead, man. I'd been dead. I'd been killed there and then.
That was an eyewitness called Gerard there. Well, joining me now is
Gerard.
our reporter Greg Dawson.
He's a badass, yeah.
Covering this all evening for us. Lots of reaction now coming in from police.
Yeah, go fund him.
Let's start with London.
Go fund him.
Yes, this came in around 10 minutes ago. Sadiq Khan has said, this situation is still unfolding and I would ask all Londoners and visitors to our city to remain calm and vigilant.
Just gotta keep watching this.
This was a deliberate and cowardly attack on innocent Londoners and visitors to our city enjoying their Saturday nights. This obviously all started just after 10 o'clock on Saturday night. He says, I condemn it in the strongest possible terms. There is no justification whatsoever for such barbaric acts. We've also had some international reaction too. The US State Department has just released a statement saying all Americans stand in solidarity with the people of the United Kingdom. And they go on to say that the United States stands ready to provide any assistance that authorities in the United Kingdom may request. And I've also just been looking at a few social
there's more
of the bars and pubs in and around the vicinity.
Go back on the sky here.
Tonight, which would have been packed on a Saturday night. Borough Market in the daytime
this
is a food market.
This is the one that's getting me right away. This guy's getting
various
me.
restaurants and pubs saying a terrible incident has occurred at London Bridge this evening. We had
photo assistant.
Another one says customers and staff that were at our restaurant tonight are safe and have been evacuated. One more, a pub called the Greedy Goat, praying for all our friends and colleagues at Borough Market tonight.
That's all.
What about Theresa May?
Cheers, archetypal. Well, we all got to do something, and I take a chance doing what I'm doing right now, but that's what you do.
From police and security officials,
this is,
I can confirm
very
a terrible incident in London is being treated as a potential.
Like I said, I was watching the SpaceX rocket launch and doing a critique, and then all of a sudden this came out, so I just switched gear right away.
They confirmed that the incidents
just trying to get as much feeds as I possibly could, and let's see if I got in there.
Third scene at Vauxhall, another area in South London. They subsequently issued a statement saying that the Vauxhall investigation
never got that one up.
This incident.
Here he is.
Sense of the geography of where this has happened.
Reportage.
This part of London.
There we go.
London Bridge is
production,
it's
still life, food,
it's heading out towards the south.
Experience production, additional operator, lighting technician with major skills. Image control, development, retouching.
The road and into
image control development.
Right next to London Bridge as you walk south, within about 5 seconds on foot.
Started from a master fertilizer.
It's also a major transport hub.
Yeah.
It's an overland station and also as well as a London Underground station.
Yeah. It is
things
more
are
significant,
and
they really gone into it
I think just
full
the body
bore.
language, the demeanour of the officers standing there, but that really
that
does differ from what we saw just an hour or two ago in terms of how they were trying to clear those areas.
Absolutely.
Find the perfect photo assistant for your
members
next
of the public who had been
false flag job.
Many of those restaurants and bars in the Borough Market area.
Yeah, he was on the scene, 10 feet away from the guy.
With their hands
absolutely. Way to go, Gabrielle.
We saw some kitchen staff dressed in their whites.
You're brilliant.
Clearly just being
here's that other clip.
Out of their restaurant, get out of their pubs.
Let's see. We want this.
Tell their stories.
I want that other clip.
In the Borough High Street on corner by High
this guy.
Street, yeah, 2 armed
Watch this guy.
X5, black X5. Where they get back?
Yeah, I know, Vincent. I can't fix it right now.
Scene at London Bridge, where we've just heard what appeared to be explosions.
Not worried about it.
Emergency personnel are trying to work out what happened. Well, as you can see,
it's I just
substantial
trying to keep the feed going.
Street police drafted in from around the city. Let's just bring you up to date with that which we know so far. Just after 10 o'clock.
No, none of the accounts are matching up.
8 minutes past 10, in fact. Police received reports of a vehicle.
None of it is matching up. 2208 reports vehicle driving in pedestrian.
Witnesses told how they saw a
20,
van on
24
the
witnesses
pavement
see a van on the pavement,
near
people
there,
lying
people
injured.
lay injured.
They've got the timeline already worked out.
And just a short time later, reports came of a second incident.
These guys are
stabbings at Butter Market and armed men inside a restaurant. The tube station at London Bridge.
2232.
People were told to leave
Bridge
the area
closed.
immediately.
We've been watching the thing right from the very start, and your timeline is fucking full of shit.
The restaurant in London's Borough Market. This was the scene at the Wright Brothers Oyster and Porterhouse. Staff saw two men with knives and items around their waist. Diners were evacuated to the cellar.
Well, I hope so, Vinny.
When police helped them escape.
I'm glad you're feeling better. And yeah, watch this clip. Watch this clip.
Right out of the restaurant and right again, and we're going to
watch this clip.
Right out of the restaurant, right again, we're going to follow the guys. Okay.
Oh, look how they're telling the people exactly what they're going to be doing.
Yeah, they're here.
Yeah.
Head down, I don't know. Head down.
Yeah.
Wait, stop. Keep moving as quick as you can.
Here it goes.
Can you calm it down, please?
Yeah. Okay.
Turn right.
Turn right. Turn right.
Okay.
See. Absolutely, Vincent. Absolute control. And they're trying to program us that this is what we're supposed to do. We just listen and follow. This is let's keep an eye. Jerky cameras as usual.
Well, as you can see, Sky's Jason Farrell is just outside the police cordon at London Bridge. But first, let's speak to our Home Affairs.
Is that what happened? Was it a flat earther?
Give us an idea of the scale of the operation that's taking place on the streets of London this evening. We discovered at around about 25 past midnight that the police were treating the incidents on the bridge and in Borough Market as terror-related.
Yes, this is a huge police and emergency service operation here. We can hear the buzz of the helicopters above us as this, we believe, is still an active search for at least one or more terrorist suspects. We are pushed back now quite a bit from London Bridge itself and Borough Market, which is just further up there around the corner, and every
we got
another fleet of
good clips of that, which we're going to go analyze later.
Or continue with that search operation. We've heard
anybody who can
in the last
download the
videos of explosions that have come from further up the street towards the area of Borough Market and London Bridge that sound to me like they may have been the kind of explosions.
Hey, Derp Hunter, how you doing? I can see you got a good sense of humor.
Stun grenades that we saw.
You're welcome here and
in the aftermath
throw out your opinion. I don't mind.
Attack where armed police were entering property and wanted to subdue those that they felt could be armed and pose a potential threat to them. The operation itself as I say, is still ongoing. What we know so far in terms of how this incident unfolded was that initial incident involving
let's
white transit
see what
van
Fox's news.
on the bridge, London Bridge itself, which knocked down a number of people there. Now, we're told from multiple eyewitnesses that when that transit van came to a halt, the doors opened and at least 3 suspects got out of that van armed. One, we're told, with a machete, others with very large knives, and began stabbing people in that area. We have seen some photographs that
he did.
Just emerged.
He just called it the operation.
In the last half hour or so, that are now being widely circulated, that purport to show one of these armed men on the ground having been subdued or incapacitated in some way by police officers, and in that photograph, it's
let's
difficult to make out.
go on to BBC. Oh, here we go. Just a minute. Sorry about that.
Look as though they've been.
I'm going to pause that. Go here. Let's get some sound on there.
You know, I thought was rather odd. And then a few seconds after that, a white van just came speeding down the pavement and then crashed into either a lamppost or a wall or something. I'm not sure what. And then I saw 2 or 3 males jump out of the front of the van and then just start running down the road. And then at that point,
this fella just said he saw the van crash into a wall or a tree, but he wasn't sure.
Some sort of, you know,
but he saw everything else.
Attack. At first he thought it might have been a car accident, but the sort of aggressiveness of the people jumping out of the van didn't seem quite right. So the taxi driver just sped off down the road.
And what did...
Actually, you're probably closer to the truth than you bloody know.
It looked like there were sort of 2 to 3 males. They jumped out of the van. They looked very aggressive. I think they might have been shouting. We were in the other side of the road in the taxi, so it's quite hard to sort of make out what was going on. But like I said, at first it seemed like it could have been a sort of car accident. You know, someone losing control of a van, but the aggressiveness and speed at which the people jumped out, and you know, they just sort of jumped out of the van and started running down the road. So yeah, it was quite a horrible sight, actually.
Did you see any of the casualties that had been caused by the vehicle?
No, I didn't see anyone immediately get hit over or anything like that. The taxi driver drove further down the road, and we actually saw someone that looked like he'd been badly injured, but I didn't actually see the van hit anyone.
But you saw it hit a tree in the wall.
Maybe I could talk to your friend as well now, Joshua Land, who I think you were with, who you mentioned. Joshua, just tell us what you witnessed.
Convenient.
Hey, Robin just chatted to you. He was in the taxi across from the road. He got in. I went back into the pub. It's called the Barrow and Banker or something on those lines. Barrow Boy and Banker. I popped in. I was in for. I mean, we're talking 10, 15 seconds, just getting my friend who we'd ordered the taxi with.
Here we go.
I walk outside and I can't remember whether or not running in or what, but I remember it being a bit of a commotion. And to the right of me, and we're talking sort of 2 meters away from the front of the pub entrance, was this white van, which had crashed into the railings just to the side. So I could sort of see that the wheels were all
I think so.
All smashed up.
Mind control, get us used to the being sheep, getting used to being herded.
Sort of like an accident. I didn't particularly think it was.
You should have seen earlier. I don't know if you've seen it, Vinny, but all the people walking down the street, and they're all just put their hands on their head, and apparently nobody told them to do that. Here it is. Look at this. Watch. See? Look. The cop says, "Put your hands down. Put your hands down." Look at that. Right there. Just what I was talking about.
He's got a knife. He's stabbing people. So that's all we heard, and then we sort of ran, and my friend sort of said to me, "Josh,
and watch. Yeah. So you'll see this cop down here. Where is he?
London Bridge Station. I tried to get hold of a couple of
Where
people.
is he?
I'll be honest,
We're
I
looking
didn't
for
really
him.
see like
There'll be another cop here in a second.
There was a bit of a commotion.
See how they're all walking?
There wasn't a huge amount of information being sort
This
of
guy's casually talking on his phone.
Some people were just walking around as though it was normal. Some people seemed panicky.
This guy stops and picks something up.
It was as though
hands on their head, hands on your heads.
And I mean, even though I sort of saw part of it, I still didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
But I definitely saw the van crashed into the sort of the gated fence area. Looked a bit mangled.
Cameraman sitting there.
Guy sort of running up from, I think
okay.
It's actually lead down to Borough Market. And I heard a guy running up from the...
That's an interesting question, Truman Addy. We are not sure. Apparently they weren't told, they just did it.
What was going through your mind, Joshua, when you heard, those words, "He's got a knife"?
I'll be honest, I didn't really believe, it took me a long time to realise what was actually going on. So I didn't fully believe what was happening because I'd been out there 10 seconds earlier.
Yeah, big red flag. There's a few red flags going on.
And I just thought it was sort of like I said, the car didn't look too mangled. So I thought it was just an innocent sort of swerve off the road at the time. And it was only when I heard this guy shout, he's got a knife, he's Samson. And I'll be honest, I still didn't believe it really. It was my friend who said,
I'll be honest.
Sort of
well, what else would you be?
Call your family. And I kind of just followed him. I didn't really react too much, if I'm honest. But yeah, I mean, it was certainly strange when I walked out. There was
okay, let's go back on the sky.
When the van was there,
oh,
you
look,
see it, and I don't think anyone particularly knew what was going on. But then
difference.
As soon as this guy shouted that,
same shot, different news agencies. Look,
people ended up staying in
see
the
that?
I think they were in there for a little bit. But,
same.
But I don't know what happened.
Just notice this. I'm gonna flip back and forth.
All right, thanks
same
for
shot.
With us. That's Joshua Land and also Robbie.
Same shot.
Well.
2013.
A couple of eyewitnesses. So we're just.
Oh, here's this one. Here's the guy, Scottio, who took the picture.
We're going to show now a picture of one of the.
Look how they blurred his face this time. They blurred his face this time.
Yeah, and
see that?
Alarmingly, with canisters strapped to his body.
They pixelated his face.
Fits what a description
Remember,
I eyewitness
I
in this incident. This
posted out that he was white man with a glued-on beard, and now they pixelated his face.
Canisters, and I can't see from this picture very clearly what those canisters are.
Yeah, and we got this guy here.
Now, clearly, that's a very worrying thing. It might be it's there for effect. It might be it does.
Don't worry, we recorded it. I'll post that.
We don't know.
What appears to be a Metropolitan Police mobile command unit. Now, of course, we have been trying to avoid conjecture, supposition as far as possible. But the presence of that command unit on the ground close to where you are suggests that there is a lot of work being carried out in the immediate environs where you are.
There we go.
Yeah, I mean,
see now.
In all my years
look at BBC.
Never seen this kind of
we got his face.
Presence, at any
see this guy? Oh, sorry. I'll lift that up. There we go.
Of vehicles, and I have never seen
no pixelation.
A police cordon as large as this.
Now we're going to go on to Sky News.
From West London.
Pixelated out.
A good
Richie.
couple of miles away
same
from
picture.
Now I'm at least 2 miles away from London Bridge. The Shard, which you can probably see just behind me, that's 1.6 miles away.
There's our guy.
This
guy's been shot by the police.
Where one of the incidents took place is roughly
shot by the police, this fella.
It does seem then there were 3 people in the vehicle that was on London Bridge who then got out of that vehicle and ran towards Borough Market. That's the picture we're getting. The eyewitnesses we've heard from say between 2 and 4.
Very convenient photo by that professional. who was allowed right next to it, just happened to be there. That guy just happened to be there. Remember that.
So that's at least two, isn't it? Because one in the van, one in the back. And clearly there is a group of people who have planned this together, who've acted together, who've gone prepared to do this attack on London tonight, Saturday night, when all these people are in a very popular part of London.
Well, it
and
makes
so
me
that
sick
does make it different from
to see
the
how
Westminster
they use
Bridge
it.
attack and the Westminster attack.
Keep these numbers.
Again, was vehicle driven at pedestrians and then the police officer stabbed, but that we know that was a lone wolf, one man acting alone. But this is clearly a conspiracy from what we know so far. That can be the only conclusion at this stage from what the eyewitnesses say. The van had to be hired by somebody, had to be driven by somebody. The people in the back had to have been involved in it. The descriptions I've had of the attackers from this man who tried to take them on, I think we've heard from him already, or rather we've heard from one of his colleagues already, tried to take on these attackers by throwing chairs at them and trying to contain them, was very clearly three men of Mediterranean colouring, I think was the description he used, indiscriminately attacking anybody they could get to on the street. He described to me...
He's the new hero. Is that the new hero?
In her early 20s.
He's our new hero.
Stabbed at by this man and going to the ground.
Yeah, they'll be playing him lost.
I think clearly there's going to be
the new hero.
A serious number of people killed in this incident.
Manchester, the heroes were the homeless.
The fact that we have three people
and
attacking people in the street, no chance for them to get away.
The two homeless guys.
With the best will in the world, although the police are on
keep an
high
eye.
in this part of London.
Just keep your eyes open all the time. Got to keep our eyes open.
And so that will be the next piece of news we really hope to hear. People will be very worried. Social media is doing its job as always of connecting people, knowing where people are. People in town will be talking to their friends and relatives, assuring them they're safe. It's going to be a long, long night.
Yeah, social media has been doing its job at putting out pictures by professionals that won't take money.
Lockdown at the moment. Guy, St Thomas's, Evelina.
So they're in lockdown. Let's go back onto the sky, see what they're saying. Play that.
Between us, behind.
Let's go get that up to
from the bridge, lights underneath. And even at this time in the morning, 2:20, you would expect to see traffic crossing over in volume. That, of course, not the case.
Meat wagons of the truth.
Investigations
Absolutely, yeah.
will be fully underway now as to.
You can believe them. You can believe them.
I want to bring in our defence correspondent, Alistair Bunkle, who's with me in the studio. And we know two things, Alistair. First of all, that the Prime Minister is returning to Downing Street if she is not there already. And second, that there will tomorrow morning, I'm told, be a meeting of the government's emergency civil contingencies.
Let's see what our favourite Fox News is doing.
What should we read into that? As you can just see that orange light that you see on the right of your screen there, just expanding as the camera turns slightly round. That is London Bridge itself, and
we should be seeing
traffic going over it. We are not, of course. But Alistair, tell us about the work of Cobra.
Well, in this context, if you consider how fast-moving the rates are,
yeah, no problem. No problem.
A lot of the
you just go ahead, Vincent.
About the incident
you can take it easy here.
Cobra in the morning.
Promise you.
Bring together.
Promise you.
All of the
you can relax. Hiya, Cat's Eyes. How are you doing?
It will be chaired by the Prime Minister, as it always is in
the
most serious of cases. It will
include
senior cabinet members who have an interest in what is going on. So, the Home Secretary, who is nominally, as a politician, the head of
see if it comes up.
Or at least
come on.
Her department is responsible for 5.
There you go. Now you can type as much you want, Cats. You just chill out, have some good food, relax. It's all nice, peaceful, and calm here, mate. Play that back.
Tourists on the bus to get their cameras out to get a photo.
What are they saying now? What are they saying now?
Tower Bridge from London Bridge, and as we were actually coming onto the bridge, the driver and I noticed two taxis on the left-hand side and someone lying on the pavement, and we just assumed that perhaps
we'll close him off.
May have
we know who that man is. Everybody look into that.
And as we
scum.
continued along the bridge at a very slow pace, like we always do, then we spotted another person lying on the pavement, and
Commissioner
we became a bit alarmed with that, and then a third person, and then we started to think, well, maybe
Dirk. I mean, in a panic situation, that's what I always do. Bend down and pick up a piece of paper.
And then look ahead to the coming hours and to consider what needs to be done in the coming hours. And I would have thought there will be a Cobra meeting at around 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and it wouldn't be any surprise for there to be a follow-up Cobra meeting at some point in the afternoon.
But in terms of the coordination, who takes the lead as regards the investigation? Of course, there must be domestic security services working in the margins of all of this, trying to secure names. But this is it's the Metropolitan Police that will be
Absolutely.
So I think
his name's Dick.
There are two.
No,
where
where is he?
Almost is on the border.
Gabriel
to
Scotia. I love this bullshit. I love
London,
this.
Greater London, and then you've got the City of London.
Here's the guy. He's going to pick it up. This guy.
From the financial city, the square.
Watch this, Dirk.
But
Dirk.
in this
Here it
area,
is.
which is very much a Metropolitan Police lead. The
there he
UK's
goes.
National Counter-Terror Unit sits
there he goes.
Scotland Yard.
Picks it up.
And so they
What do you find?
the investigation, and they will
Yes.
the immediate response. But of course, as you say,
Spotted.
feed into that. So the intelligence agencies will feed into it, and they will try and ascertain various things as the investigation develops. And so too other bodies, as and when they can do.
Alistair, thank you. Well, that Cobra meeting due to happen tomorrow. Another person that will be attending
in plain sight
by him is the Mayor
Unscarred.
of London. Let's speak to our correspondent, Tamara Cohen, who's also been on the streets of London this evening, monitoring events, trying to bring us up to date. Now, we've had a very strongly...
this guy has a sore arm from holding his hands up so much.
That's right, yes. In the last few minutes, we've had this statement from the Mayor of London. He says the Metropolitan Police are responding to the horrific terrorist attack at London Bridge. And
that was a bit confusing.
The terrorist nature confirmed by the Prime Minister earlier. He says, my thoughts are with everyone affected, and I'd like to thank the brave men and women of our emergency services
Here we
who
go.
were first on the scene and will be working throughout the night. He says, I'm in close contact with the Met Commissioner and senior officers, being kept updated on all developments, and I will be attending the government's emergency Cobra meeting later this
Hiya, PV. How you doing?
The station is still closed, and they're asking people to avoid the area. He says he would ask all Londoners and visitors to our city to remain calm and vigilant.
He was the same guy.
Anything suspicious to the police.
He was the same guy.
999 in an emergency. He says we don't yet know the full details.
Everyone gets a wrench here.
Cowardly attack on innocent Londoners and visitors to our city enjoying their Saturday night. I condemn it in the strongest possible terms, Sadiq Khan says. There's no justification whatsoever
we're all
for
equals.
such barbaric acts. We're starting to get a response
Do you want one
from a
too?
number of politicians.
Don't be abusive with your tools.
Who has made a statement earlier, but we've also had a statement also from the Labour leader, Jeremy Corbyn, who says, brutal and shocking incidents reported in London. My thoughts are with the victims and their families. And he says thank you to the emergency services. Just to give you an idea what's going on here, we're on Southwark Bridge Road. London Bridge is just a little way over there. I arrived about 11 o'clock to see some people running towards me.
Hello and cat's eyes.
Not far from here. The police had come up to them
Hey, sure you again. How you doing?
To the other side, a couple of young women I spoke to had jumped into
Welcome
a
back,
car
mate. Welcome back.
to arrive on the
Oh,
other
we
side
better
of the
give
bridge.
a.
They had
Here we go,
seen
Dirk.
2 wounded people lying on the
There you
ground,
go.
and they said someone
Got your
was
wrench. Sorry, Dirk.
blood when
Didn't
I
want to
spoke
miss
to
you
them
out.
on that side.
You
We
got a good
later,
sense of humor.
saw a number of people, potentially 100 people, being escorted by police over the bridge.
I think you're right. It's funny, yeah. The Bilderberg meeting just happened too.
From here,
just the day yesterday, wasn't it?
Gone back to their
How you doing, Padawan? How you doing?
There, just wearing whatever they could throw on,
Well,
and they were there. The police had apparently gone around knocking on all the doors of the hotel and asked them to evacuate that hotel. Not quite clear what they were looking for in there, but they wanted to do.
Everyone's on equal terms. No deleting messages. Let them all go. Let everything go. I want everything seen.
Indeed. Tamara just saying that she's close to Southwark Bridge. In fact, we've been speaking to a number of witnesses throughout the evening, all of whom have been trying to provide as much information as possible to try and illuminate events in a city that has, in one part at least, ground to a halt. One of the very first that we spoke to was actually very close to where Tamara is standing. His name was Tony.
Are we back on the same scenes? Look at that.
A long period.
Once again, same scenes, 2 news, always same time. See that?
Of heavy gunfire before he believed the police had arrived in numbers.
I'm actually military, and about half an hour ago, preceding all the problem, I have a flat which is adjacent to...
Yeah, I know he's running out. Can't fix it right now, because I threw this together real fast, just to try to get it all out.
I thought at first it was fireworks, but then I
But I'm not too
recognized it was
worried.
significant gunfire, and that was the first instance. And only afterwards, very rapidly, because I'm on Upper Thames Street here, then the emergency started about 10 minutes after. But the whole incident started with gunfire, and it was significant gunfire. It went on for quite a few minutes.
There he goes again. The whole incident started with gunfire.
I recognized it immediately. So, I mean, that was the precipitating cause. And after that, the whole shooting match of ambulances and police and what you're seeing on the television screen at the moment. But
Hey, THC, how you doing?
My family
That's
with
good.
gunfire even before they started.
Tony,
I don't think you want to hear me anyway.
Was it
How you doing,
in your
THC?
opinion, as former military yourself, was that one weapon firing a burst, or did it appear that it was more than one weapon?
Come on.
Well, there was rapid fire, because that's why I thought it was fireworks at the time. There was quite significant. It went on for quite a significant amount of time, sufficient for me to get out of the chair and have a look through the window to see if it was fireworks.
Yeah, they're starting to
It was
repeat.
still going on,
They're starting to
so it happened for
repeat.
a while. But that was before anyone. Before
What's
there
that
was
one?
any,
What's that footage?
Police response, which took about 10 minutes because they all passed my flat along Upper Thames Street, which I saw them, and the helicopter was.
Here's somebody
in fact,
filming somewhere.
the responses were unbelievably fast, including a helicopter.
So, Tony, roughly what time did
you hear that too? Just incredibly fast, including the helicopter.
Track of time, it would have been about over half an hour ago, 40 minutes ago. It was about, the police came about 10 minutes afterwards when they were on the scene passing with all the first police to go. Would have been about 10 minutes after I heard the gunfire.
Tony Murphy speaking to me less than an hour, frankly, after the incident.
Yeah, we've seen a few of the pictures of them with let's check.
Casualties.
I'm sure it'll come back.
Have led to some fatalities. That has not yet been.
Isn't that funny?
The emergency
Isn't?
services, but frankly, people are.
Did you see that?
For that now.
Did you see what Fox News just put on the advertising, the 4G,
on lockdown,
and
as it once again deals with a terrorist attack on the street.
See that? And now, look at this. Look at this. See the 4G? See the 4G? Let's pause that. We don't want to go into weather. Let's go on to Fox News, see if it comes up again. This is a 4G event. 4G event. We'll see if it comes up again, and it's not going to. Okay. Because everything, here's the guy. Here's our guy. This guy was shot to death by police. Oh, he's gone now. Let's see if we go back. No. Let's go. Let's give you. See what he has to say.
This or whatever happened. When I got
Okay.
in, tried to pull me off of the scene, and I
Here we go again.
actually run towards the
This
scene
guy was
because I
blown
noticed
apart
this
by the
man with
police.
this,
They shot him while
kind of
while
explosive
canisters
looking
were visible.
bells on their chest, and yeah, and they were running. They didn't even know. I guess
we don't know what this
they
guy
were
is.
running, and a police officer was trying to put himself between them and the crowd, and after that. They were almost coming towards me.
This must have been the chairs and tables that fellow was throwing at him.
And it's at that point that I ran towards them, and more police came over, and I guess they were like on radio or something, because in around like 2 or 5 seconds they shot all the 3 men down, and yeah, so that's what I honestly saw.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I gotta get out of here. Yeah.
And the man that you took the picture of, these canisters that were on his body, I mean, what did you think they were?
Here's.
I mean,
they're talking to the camera guy now, who took the pictures.
Real.
And
it didn't look real to me, though. I'm
no,
not
it
like
didn't look real.
To honestly, say if they're real or not, because I have no experience in regard, but they look like just
Pardon?
toy to me.
He just said no experience. They're talking to this dude right here. Here, let me get his name. Everybody. He's talking to him.
Would have been if they had seen that.
And he just said it didn't look real. And this is a professional photographer.
You'd been in this part of London. You were watching the football, I think. Is that right?
Yes, that's all right. I'm a Juventus fan, and since I'm a documentary photographer, I was simply there. I saw the
I was simply there,
and I ran towards it, and yeah, I was just, looking for the truth, the situation, the scene to happen.
But you must have been, I mean, pretty alarmed by
now remember,
what you saw and what
we already did a search on him. I don't know if you've seen this, Vinny. I'll show you. We did a search on this guy, Gabriel.
I don't think you realize how scary it can possibly be until you put yourself into it, because it was like even a policeman could have shot me, because it was like me.
Even a policeman could have shot him.
And these 3 men.
So do a search on him. There we go. See, this is the guy that took the picture.
Right,
see,
well,
he's already listed here. Here, let's see if I can get this over here. Look at this.
Journalist Redmond
he's already listed.
For what he saw.
I've spoken to a couple of people. The first was a young woman who was on the bridge at the time of the...
So this is the guy who just took the picture of the guy with the canisters. And just happened to be there. And he said he doesn't have much experience. What a liar. Liar.
Given CPR. Obviously, she wanted to get away as quickly as possible. People told them to get away as quickly as possible. And she was driven by somebody who had a car on the bridge away, and I met her at the north end of London Bridge.
Yeah,
near Manchester,
lucky photographer who
the second person I spoke
put it out on
was
Twitter, like you said,
with friends.
and no
Clearly
money.
Extremely disturbed by what he saw. He told me that he saw a knife.
I don't know if someone can get it, post it in the room. I'll link it up and I'll post it.
It sounded like it was very violent. It sounded like he was extremely traumatized, and he said if he had been crossing that bridge 2 minutes later, he believed it would have been him. He was too upset to say any more. He wouldn't give me his name, but he and his friends were extremely upset.
This guy's waving.
Walked away about 3/4 of an hour after the incident happened.
So tell us where you are now and what you can see.
I can see the police cordon has been extended further north away from above Monument Tube Station, and police are basically trying to divert.
Yeah, hard to say. Hard to say.
Home after night out,
Yeah, more.
trying to just keep the area secure. It has calmed down a lot. An ambulance went by about 10 minutes ago into the scene, but for the most part over the last 3/4 of an hour it has been a lot quieter, but obviously there are a lot of emergency response vehicles still on the scene.
Yes, apparently a lot of first responders have been calling in, offering to come into work, and they've been deluged with offers.
Nothing.
And thankfully,
they haven't
they
shown
have enough.
Anything.
As you've really implied with eyewitnesses.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of cut and loop right now.
Sometimes.
We've been watching a lot of it.
The young man who spoke to me said it is the worst
here,
thing
we'll go on the
he has
cut and
ever
loop
seen.
here.
That was what he told me.
See, they're looping this.
He couldn't
They're
tell
looping
me
this.
the level
They've
of
been
violence.
looping. They've been looping this for hours.
You could see it in his eyes. He was extremely upset. And,
Here they go. There they
when
go.
he wanted to stop talking, I let him go because he had obviously seen something quite terrible.
That was Redmond Shannon talking to my colleague Martin Croxall a little earlier. Let's just show you these pictures that were taken earlier of people with their hands up, being told by the police to keep their hands up as they walked away.
They were not told by the police to keep their hands up. They even said nobody told them.
At large. And we also know
How come they make this shit up?
in this area are still on lockdown for the safety, it's being said, of the patients and the staff in those hospitals. 20 patients.
And here the police were specifically telling them to drop their hands.
These two incidents that seem to be linked, this white van being driven across London Bridge at high speed at about 50 miles an hour, swerving into pedestrians, and then the occupants of the van, perhaps between 2 and 4 occupants.
They said the van was doing 50 miles an hour.
And it appears carrying
across London Bridge.
So 20 people were here.
It's not even possible.
Taken to hospital. Let's talk again to our Home Affairs correspondent Tom Simons, who's been here for quite a few hours now. Tom, just bring us up to date on what you know, on the picture that you have of what has happened here.
Okay, I think it's important to understand the geography.
Yeah, that's the weirdest thing. The hands behind the head. The hands behind their head is blowing me away.
To go to the court here for reporting. London Bridge Station, very, very busy, one of the busiest stations in the country, is somewhere where people will have been heading to go home after the pub. The bridge,
I'm giving everyone a wrench so that they can type in as much as they want.
Cafes,
you're not limited.
daytime
Just
food stalls, people go for lunch.
throw what you want in there.
Now, we understand from eyewitnesses, and clearly we have to have a little health warning there. Eyewitnesses sometimes think they've seen something, describe things in various ways that isn't entirely accurate. But what the eyewitnesses seem to be centering on really is a white van crashing into pedestrians.
Jonathan, yeah, I'll give you a
bridge. I think outside a pub
there you
just
go.
there on the southern end of the bridge. 2, possibly 3, possibly
there you
4
go.
men getting out of the van, armed
AA.
with knives, attacking people on the pavement just near where that collision happened.
There we
running
go.
down round the
Yeah, I
corner
know.
into the Borough Market area. And in that area are lots of pubs and
I'll try and get it up a bit. Let's see.
For a number of those establishments. And
See if I can change that a little bit.
Reports by phone of people being stabbed in the cafe. So that means that this took a bit of time to develop. People were stabbed and then there were phone calls made. And then he went out and saw attacks happening in front of his eyes. He was deeply shaken up. He saw a woman in her early 20s stabbed severely and go to the ground very badly injured. He described one of the attackers having what looked like canisters.
We'll try that,
his body.
see if that changes. And we'll go like that.
That seems to suggest that is a correct description. We don't know what
see if that changes.
And then there is some sort of police intervention.
Turn
Shots
that down
fired.
just a touch.
We're pretty sure about that. But the police have not said anything about the shooting.
Go like that.
And I think that's important. And we need to
okay,
understand
is that better?
why that is. To me, it suggests to me they're trying to work out exactly what shots were fired before putting out a very brief factual statement of
there
what
we
happened,
go. I think
what the
that's a little
outcome
better.
was, how many attackers there were. And the other key piece of information we are still waiting for is even a rough
Hiya, Carl. How are you doing?
What the number of people
Okay,
killed in this incident.
let's go back on the sky. Here we go. This was
the major trauma
some
units
funny
in
stuff.
London. very well used to dealing with this sort of thing.
They keep showing this one's
procedures for dealing with an emergency like this.
too.
So,
They're repeating with absolutely nothing.
Police helicopter overhead there, yeah. It's been here most of the evening. Luckily circling around the same area, which we often look for.
Okay, that's excellent.
It tells us what's going on. Circling the same area. Doesn't look like this is an incident that is continuing. Some false alarms around the place.
Yeah, I'm just getting some weird stuff.
Of incidents that aren't linked to this, that just happen to be happening on a busy Saturday night in London. And also finally just some controlled...
Well, apparently a van drove across London Bridge, ran into a bunch of people, threw open the doors, started stabbing people, and the police immediately shot the guys with canisters that they had strapped onto them. Does that make sense?
Well, later today. And of course, the terror threat level was raised after the Manchester attacks are critical, but then brought down again to severe, wasn't it? Yes, I mean,
the alternative
needs to assess the security situation. The government has independent advisors who look at what the police say, look at what the security services say, and give an independent view as to what the government should do about security.
Local time, 2:41.
But generally,
I'm going to keep trying to go as long as I can.
Security analysts. Now, after the Manchester
going to get a little tired here, but I think this is a bit important. Keep the footage coming. Let's see. Here we go. Now, what I was saying about 4G, did you just see the ad? It came up again. And then we go back here, and we got 4G. This is a 4G event. This is a 4G event, I swear. 4G event. Everything is focusing on 4G. Fox News has ads going with 4G. Think about this. 4G event.
Just stay with us. I just want to
Sky News, 4G event, Fox News. Every once in a while it comes up with a 4G ad.
Terrorist attack at London Bridge and Borough Market. My thoughts are with everyone affected. I'd like to thank the brave men and women of our emergency services.
Yeah, keep thanking them. Keep thanking the men and women of the emergency services.
To Scotland Yard within the last few minutes as well, trying to get any kind of an update really on the status of the suspects involved in...
Hiya Teddy, how are you doing? Welcome back.
They have not been able to confirm to us that at this stage all of the terrorists have been accounted for, so we have to go on the original advice that they put out some time ago now to the public, which was
oh, cheers. Really, I got this up from Maud.
For those
oh my God.
Mass casualty attacks, to run if they can, to hide, of course, from the danger if that's at all possible.
I'm going to keep running this then.
Emergency services if they are in a safe position to do so. That was the original advice that went out, and there's nothing that's come from Scotland Yard since then. As I say, I just spoke to them a few minutes ago to confirm whether all of the terrorists
sheets and needs, that's pretty interesting.
And they were unable to confirm that that is the case as yet.
Hi, low frequency, how you doing, mate?
Of the ongoing incident is that some 20 people with varying degrees of injuries have
hey Teddy, I got to give you a wrench so you can type in as much as you want.
And
please
we know
type
that those
in.
Injuries included
say whatever you want.
Injuries from being struck by vehicles, and also stab injuries from those terror suspects who emerged from that van, we understand, and
this
then
is the next con man.
Sustained knife attack on
Keep
people,
your eye on this guy.
just on the south end of the bridge, and then along the road, further along the road at Borough Market. Well, with me is Sarah Hadjibagheri, who's been with me for quite some considerable time now, gathering information around here. And really, although we are...
She's been spewing BS the whole night.
It was a sad
She certainly has.
night, and many of these people are still here. We're hearing about people who are effectively
Let's see what she's got to say this time.
to pubs, which you might think is welcome on a Saturday night, but not under these circumstances.
Indeed, just to give you a sense of the geography of where exactly we are at the moment, we're on Southwark Street. And if you look
Well,
behind me, of course,
you know what?
Shard,
Trust in Christ or be cast in the lake of fire. You're right.
Closer to where
You're
we
right.
are is Borough Market. Just to give you a sense of that geography.
I think you're right. I mean,
south of the river at the moment, very popular.
this is the New Babylon. Didn't you know that? England's a New Babylon. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Where we see an assailant on the floor outside the Wheatsheaf pub, a popular pub in Borough Market, and I've been speaking to lots of people who've been caught up in what is now a very large police
she is
force.
smiling. Here we go. Here's our favorite shot.
Huge amount of police resource.
There's the guy with the canisters.
We've seen ambulances.
There we go.
Cars
See,
here for the past.
the cops apparently shot this guy
What's happening, of course,
up.
is that people are really effectively stuck.
Now they shot him knowing he had canisters attached to him.
Back across to north of the river are closed.
Right.
And so I've just been speaking to people who are stuck in local bars and hotels who are just desperate to get home and absolutely terrified because over the past hour or so we've heard a series of blasts which have been quite startling. And so I think for a lot of people, having seen what happened in Manchester and having
There, the repeats.
That is on the streets
And we'll go back. I'm going to shut him off, shut her off for a second, because she's been lying the whole time.
Gather as much evidence as possible of what he was intending to do, and then arrested him. So that just goes to show how the decisions taken by the security services can be very difficult.
Oh, Shrumanati, I think Vinny loves you.
Life and death at stake. So very, very difficult stuff. But the police will be
move
very,
that
very
back
clear
up.
to get the identities of these men involved in this, and then find out who they might be connected with, to reassure the security system that there isn't something else planned tomorrow or the next day, and that's a key thing for the government.
Make sure there's. Is he foreshadowing again? Tomorrow's a big Ariana concert going on in Manchester. Well, tonight. I think he's foreshadowing. I think something's going on. We got two major events going on in Manchester tonight. We have a huge concert and a huge football match, all going on at Old Trafford tonight. Watch. Keep watching.
Likely to have been armed officers.
The city is inundated. There's going to be 130,000 people going to Old Trafford tomorrow.
We don't know when they arrived.
Today.
I spoke to one
Sorry.
eyewitness who, as I've described, was there while this was unfolding. He doesn't tell me he saw any police officers. We've not yet managed to work out the timing of when shots might have been fired. So that's a key question we'd be wanting to hear from the police, what the sort of response was. But they are ready for something like this. I mean, I was briefed a number,
they're ready.
a number of crime journalists about the...
They're so ready, they set it up.
...number of firearms officers the police can call on, not just the Metropolitan Police, all around the country. The Civil Nuclear Constabulary, for example, have armed officers that can be used in these situations, and a much higher level of training, so much more serious weaponry, capable of really holding an area in a sustained...
Hey, Pancho, how you doing?
Something that happened in this case, it's something they are trained for. Trained to shoot.
Fucking hell, Pancho. You got to get that dress off.
The police have. Previously, they had a method of working which prevented them shooting at a vehicle because an uncontrolled vehicle can be very dangerous. But in this case, clearly you can see that it might be a decision that they might have to take to shoot somebody at the wheel of a car. Doesn't seem to have happened in this case, but it gives you an indication, Ben, of the level of training.
You got to put your lips together and speak. That's how you become a crisis actor.
Another terror attack, and we've seen
so
many in Europe. I mean, people
everybody's coming around and doing stuff. No, seriously though.
The list goes on and on. Absolutely. I mean, the police, they've said very little actually. I mean, perhaps even a little less than they said.
Oh, here we go. What's this guy doing?
London
It's nice and calm. 4G event. Once again,
they have said they need
I gotta put it over here. They're blasting this. Let's see if Fox. Look at that. Fox, 4G, 4G, 4G. Everybody, 4G event.
Hiding and telling the police.
There you go.
Reporting what's going on. That's very important.
4G. Let's see if Sky News is putting it.
Get those messages out. And
quite dramatic advice, actually.
It is dramatic advice, and it's been
I
careful.
don't know what Sky is doing right now or where they are.
They've thought about the best way of doing this. The advice in the States is sometimes a little bit different. It involves fighting back in a situation like this. That's not the
This is Old Trafford. Look at this.
Get out of the area.
This is what's going on tomorrow. Well, tonight. In Manchester, they're putting all these celebrities
because the way that police
Look
communication
at
work
this.
nowadays is to talk directly via Twitter, via
All this is going on in Manchester tonight. Okay?
And
that fella just said it's the productions today and tomorrow. Look at that.
Tom, again, thank you so much for being with us. Tom Simons there, our Home Affairs correspondent, who is following all the developments for us here in central London. I want to just bring you a couple of eyewitnesses who I spoke to a little bit earlier on, Robbie Kittler and Joshua Land.
It's a big, huge event here in Manchester.
And told me what they saw.
We were in the pub.
And they're all showing up tomorrow. And we got a huge 130,000 people all going into Old Trafford tomorrow.
Towards the pub.
Could be interesting.
Back in to get one of our other friends. 5 to 10 seconds
go
later,
back.
I see 20, 30 people trying to sort of run inside the pub, which, you know, I thought was rather odd. And then a few seconds after that, a white van just came speeding down the pavement and then crashed into either a lamppost.
See what they're showing
I'm
here.
not sure what. And then I saw 2 or 3 males jump out of the front of the van and then just start running down the road.
Oh, yeah, Captain Catshit. Oh, yeah. Welcome. Welcome to the crisis. We need more actors. They're running thin now.
You know, it's some sort of terrorist attack. At first, we thought there might have been a car accident, but the sort of aggressiveness of the people jumping out of the van didn't seem quite right. So the taxi driver just sped off down the road.
And what did, from what you could tell, what did these men look like?
Like I say, it looked like there were sort of 2 to 3 males. They jumped out of the van. They looked very aggressive. I think they might have been shouting. We were on the other side of the road in the taxi, so it's quite hard to sort of make out what was going on. But like I said, at first it seemed like it was a
Cheers, pal.
Well,
I was doing the SpaceX launch. I was doing a critique on it when this happened, and I switched gears very quickly over to covering what I can on the air. And then we discovered a couple things.
Did you see any of the...
So you take care of low frequency. Be good. Be good.
No, I didn't see anyone immediately get hit over or anything like that. The taxi driver drove further down the road, and we actually saw someone...
Let's see what she has to say.
Campaign events for tomorrow. Of course, we were only 4 days before polling day. It was very much the
here
for
they're
both
going to
parties.
tie it all up now.
Campaigning in London tomorrow. Jeremy Corbyn was due to be in the West Midlands, followed by the North East. I can't imagine that any of that will happen. Instead, the Prime Minister will, of course, be chairing Cobra with senior members of Cabinet and the security services. And we've already had a number of the party leaders expressing their horror about what
seen
the
this
events
guy on a bike 1,000 times now.
Sadiq Khan, the Mayor of London, saying that this was a deliberate and cowardly attack.
Showing a couple spots.
Londoners, man just trying to cross the police cordon here. Innocent Londoners, and while visiting their city on a Saturday and enjoying themselves. We've also had a statement from Tim Farron, the Lib Dem leader. Tonight's horrific incidents in London remind us how much we owe our emergency services,
Pete.
thoughts and prayers
Absolutely
to everyone
the same.
affected. And from the Labour leader Jeremy
absolutely
Corbyn,
showing nothing,
shocking incidents reported
telling
in
us
my thoughts
that
on
this
the
is the way it
victims
is.
and their families.
I think
also
they're
the emergency
preparing
services. So we had
for,
campaigns
look at this again, look at this.
3 days, just
They
a
keep
couple
showing
of days
this,
ago in
the people with their hands on their heads. Why would innocent people put your hands on your heads? Why would you do this?
in any meaningful way before polling day.
And this guy's nice and calmly, he's not following for the bullshit.
Studio with me, and we've had
apparently nobody told them to put their hands on their heads. Watch this. Oh,
the
you
United
missed
States
it.
General has tweeted Jens
4G.
to say, "My thoughts tonight
4G.
with all those affected by brutal London Bridge attacks. We stand together with the people of London." The US State Department has also tweeted to say it condemns the attacks in London this evening, and the American Embassy in the UK has issued emergency guidance for any
emergency guidance for Americans.
Although it's just
come on.
practical advice.
There we
It's
go.
more dramatic than that. The US
The
President
same shot again.
has tweeted, as you'd
So
expect, to say
when
whatever
an
the
incident
United
is
States can do
happening,
to help out in London, and
what you do is you put your hands on your head and make no threats
and the
to the police, of course.
Has tweeted, and you'll have to excuse my translation from the French, but it reads something like this: faced with this new tragedy, France is more than ever on the side of the United Kingdom. My thoughts go to the victims and their loved ones. So international reaction, international messages of support coming in even at this time.
Yeah,
this hour.
Coming in at this time, at this hour.
Morning,
It's
daytime
daytime over in the States. Come on. Well, early evening in some places.
For now, though, Alistair, it is all.
It's not like it's so late.
Things one presumes the investigation into what has already happened, and secondly, and perhaps just as importantly, making sure that anyone responsible is picked up and dealt with just as soon as they can.
Okay,
that is the
so
most
let's
pressing
see.
issue.
Sky News
to make sure that whoever
showing
was
the same
and
4G.
we've heard reports of anywhere between.
I don't know why I keep going on to that.
5 attackers,
Because
that they
as soon as we go
are
on to this,
and they are detained, and any network that they might be involved in is
we get
wrapped.
4G.
That is the immediate concern for the police.
I find that very
immediate
interesting.
Concern for the ambulance service, and you can see their flashing lights there, is to deal with the casualties. 20 have been taken to hospital, and they have
20
others
have been taken to the hospital.
Thanks very much indeed. Well, once again, the capital, London, is certainly not in lockdown. People are still going about their business, but we, as you can see, armed police are on the streets in a variety of locations after a vehicle ploughed into pedestrians on London Bridge, injuring several. Suspicion is that some of those injuries will indeed be serious. Reports of individuals with knives stabbing in nearby Borough Market. Armed police were deployed there and shots were fired. At the very latest that we've had in the past few minutes is that police have confirmed to our reporters that armed police are still looking for a suspect. Looking at the moment at a mobile command unit of the Met Police. We'll be back with the very latest after this.
Okay, let's see what's going on here. We'll shut that down. Shut that down.
In this part of London, as a result of what appears to have been a terror attack, a white
And once
van
again,
driven at high speed at around
they're
50
doing
miles an hour across London Bridge, swerving into pedestrians
4G
deliberately.
all the time.
A number of casualties there, and then what appears to have been several men getting out of that vehicle, running and carrying out knife attacks.
Yeah, PAV. That's what it'll be.
Casualties.
Yeah.
Let's hear from another eyewitness.
Another eyewitness.
Yay!
Yay.
Who spoke to my colleague Martine Croxall a little bit earlier on. Another eyewitness to the dramatic events that have unfolded here in the heart of London.
I was actually situated on the south side of the bridge, and literally the van was driving on the wrong side of the road, and
Actually,
was thinking,
how come these
maybe
people
the
have to always qualify it?
Going really fast across the wrong side of the road, and the white van with yellow stripes, it was one of those vans you can easily hire.
Why would he say that? A van you could easily hire.
And, it literally just veered to the right, and
would you say that?
They were trying to run away from
I wouldn't.
No one got hurt from the impact, as I saw.
No one got hurt from the impact.
My first thought was maybe they were trying to get out to the 3 people that got out straight away and ran towards the people that they nearly ran over. And I thought, oh, maybe they're worried about them and trying to comfort them because obviously it's an accident. And then they literally just started kicking them, punching them. They took out knives, and then they just...
Well, that's different than the other guy. They came out with the knives.
Cathedral, down the stairs towards the bars, and then they were running at people. People were just in disbelief at what was happening. They didn't really know what was happening. And people on the bars started fighting back because they were getting attacked with knives. And the 3 of them decided to turn back as to make their way back up the bridge. And 2 of them stopped that. And so
I agree, Eternal. They shouldn't be adding their opinions. They should just be stating fact.
Didn't stop, and then one of them continued
This isn't about opinion.
The bridge. I don't know if he actually came up to the bridge again or headed into Borough Market, but that's when I decided to turn around and run towards the north of the bridge. And throughout the whole way across the bridge, there was just people littered across, just bleeding. Didn't really know.
Actually,
you know, the people just trying to help each other.
It does sound like a Saturday night fight.
With everyone who's there just injured.
Eric, let me just go back a little bit, if I may. When the
This is BBC News on BBC One and BBC World. Ben Brown reporting live from central London, where
What was
there
that
has been
about?
appears to have been a major terror attack in which a vehicle was driven, a white van was
Yes,
driven at high speed
same
across
here,
the
Eternal,
bridge.
and it makes you know why you don't watch it, doesn't it? I mean, it just makes you ill watching it.
On London Bridge, and then the
Because
occupants
you just watch the propaganda and you're going, fucking hell.
out of the vehicle and racing through to Borough Market, which is nearby, and carrying out knife attacks there, it appears. A number of casualties. We're hearing 20 people have been taken to 6 different hospitals nearby. So 20 casualties in all, taken to
20 casualties in all.
Hospitals. There were reports of people perhaps being thrown over
Yeah,
the bridge.
mine too.
As
Mine
that
too,
vehicle
mate.
was driven at high speed. Certainly, police river patrol boats then looked for casualties in the water. You can see police vans all the time going up and down this road. This is one of the
piers.
cordons in this area that have been set up around London Bridge and around Borough Market. There's going to be a meeting in the morning.
piers.
That's the government's emergency committee, but Theresa May, the British Prime Minister, has already said that this is a potential terrorist attack. And it comes, of course, not many days after the Manchester attack, in which 22 people were killed in that explosion at the Manchester arena. But in this attack, it appears to have been a number of men
Lots of
in
vans.
that vehicle,
Lots of
in
vans.
that white van, driving across London Bridge and then getting out of the vehicle.
Do we have CCTV footage of that van? Like the last CGI footage of that car going across the bridge through London last time?
These men getting out of the van and many of them with knives, one in particular with a
Okay, Eternal.
Now, it does appear that the police have apprehended one or more of the casualties. We've been seeing a picture of one of the
Yeah, we know about the lockdown on the CCTV. We've been looking. We got all that earlier, don't we, Sheeps?
Well, let's talk. Let's hear now from a couple of eyewitnesses that I spoke to, Robbie Kittler and his friend Joshua Land.
Oh, not this guy again.
We were in the pub. My friend Josh ordered a taxi.
No.
I
We've heard his story, so that's a repeat. We'll close him off for a second, because we don't like him. We'll turn that up.
Mark White. But first, let's show you some pictures which a viewer sent us from a restaurant in London's Borough Market. This was the scene at the Wright Brothers Oyster and Porterhouse. Staff reportedly saw 2 men armed with knives and with items around their waist. Diners were evacuated to the cellar.
Yeah, Pete,
when the police
we're going through all the CCTV footage and trying to get a lowdown on it. And then I came across this guy who took a photo of the guy with the canisters, and he happens to be a professional. So if we look at him, he's a professional photographer. So we'll look at him. And look at that. His photo that he's done is already up there. Look at that. There he is. Here's his picture. You know, why didn't he sell this to the news? Why did he put it on his Twitter? I mean, he's a professional. He's going to sell this to all the news agencies. And what? Now he's just watching all the channels, put his picture up? Isn't that just ridiculous? There he goes. Let's go. There he is. Now, here we go. And BBC blurred out pixelated his head. But look at him here. Look at the difference in color. This is almost ginger. Here, let me go up. That's almost like a ginger. And then he's got a really dark beard. Come on. So they pixelated. This is some of the first images. Now this guy was shot by the police. I see nothing around here. I don't see any blood. I don't see anything. And then they had a witness saying the guy was throwing tables and chairs at him to knock him down. So,
But those pictures would give you a very clear idea of what it must have been like for those caught up in the incident, not knowing what was going on, being
come on, Gabriel.
Was safe,
fess up.
Run to,
oh, look, a little different there. Look at that.
Let's bring in our Home
Affairs a little different there.
Correspondent, Mark White, who's been in the heart of Central London, been in the heart of where these incidents are taking place all evening. And Mark,
something there.
Earlier on, we
but
saw
let's look at here.
Mobile
move up.
command units being moved in
the shot's different.
Area.
See the shot?
Had it confirmed
a little different.
Past hour, that the police are not yet certain that everyone that they need to have in custody.
Yeah, David Beard.
Something of a hunt.
Yeah. So, but we clocked this right away.
Right, the weather's reports of at least
I just
who emerged from that white transit
saw it and put the thing in right away, and bam, we had him.
Knocking down a number of people who then emerged with a number of knives and began attacking people, and may then have moved on to Borough Market and continued their attack there. We just simply don't know how many
David
of
Beard.
the suspects have been accounted for
at
this stage.
Love him.
Certainly there is that photograph that is in circulation at the moment that shows a man lying on the ground. Who
this photograph, they keep on blabbing about.
Is one of the suspects, and you can quite clearly see, although it's not the best quality photograph taken at night, you can still clearly see what looks like at least a couple of metal canisters that are
not the best. We just
upper torso
fuck off.
lies
Fuck off. We just got a clear shot.
On his back.
Look at that.
On the ground. We don't even know from
not the best. Not the best. And then we got this one where there's a little bit of blood splatter. Look at the light difference.
Still very much an active scene.
Look at the lighting difference.
Police movements here. We saw
so what did they change the scene a bit? So the camera lights changed. Same shot, different lighting.
Down from
Come on.
Market to one of
See?
the side streets. We hear the constant
we'll
buzz ahead of the police helicopters. And the emergency services are still here. Most
I'll check that one out.
Those who've been
Shermanati, let me see.
We understand removed from the scene and taken
do
to
post in the room.
And according to London Ambulance Service, they number 20 with varying degrees of injuries. There were other people who were treated at the scene here for more minor injuries, but at this stage did not, we're told by London Ambulance Service, require hospital treatment. So they were treated at the scene and allowed...
What is up, YouTube? This is Black Bigot coming to you live, but not live, off of the I-80. Not a lot of trash, but it's
what is Black Bigot?
Got some trees over in the way right there where I was driving to until I broke down.
Don't know what that is.
What the fuck is that?
On the loose at this hour.
I heard an animal.
My colleague Sarah Hadjibagari has been with me throughout, monitoring and speaking to people around this
Is that a fucking bear?
And that is one of the unfortunate...
Oh my God, I don't even have nothing on me for protection.
What is unfolding here for these people that obviously want to get home.
That was a little interlude.
What has happened here but they're going to be there for some time, some of them.
Gave him a shout out.
I just want to give you a
There we
sense of
go.
geography of where we are at the moment.
Turn
We're on
that
South
down.
Street in South London, just south of the
We'll just
Thames line, with
move
of
back.
That iconic
Oh,
Shard
we'll go back.
building. Just before you get to the Shard is Borough Market. It's a really popular area of London, lots of bars and clubs.
Going back onto him.
And a lot of the people...
Yeah, suspect with bombs around him, and we don't know if he's dead. What? So he still has the possibility of setting him off, but you're just going to look at him? Come on. There, I just read your stuff out. Sorry, Chiefs. But it was good.
And there was a huge cordon at that time, and it has just got wider since. Just to give you a bit more in terms of geography, we're about one bridge across.
Well, we appear to have lost the link to Mark White and Sarah Hadji-Begari, but just to kind of reiterate that which Mark was telling us, it appears, it certainly does appear,
What are they saying
police
here?
are still actively involved in a search. Police confirming to us that they are still looking for at least one of those responsible for the incident. And the news, the latest news that you're just seeing at the bottom of your screen there.
Go back
Our
online.
sources are confirming that, which I'm afraid
Gotta
all
get
of
off
us,
the Fox.
will have been suspecting since the incident. We first became aware of the incident that there have indeed been fatalities in the attack.
Yeah, they can get away with things by saying up here, because they're not committing to it.
The incident on London Bridge involving a vehicle, or elsewhere, we're told involving knives. However,
Okay, Eternal, wow. Yeah, don't go getting yourself in trouble. Leave that to me.
They've taken at least 20 individuals to 6 hospitals around the capital. That despite the fact, of course, that St Guy's, very close to the incident, and St Thomas's, just further along.
Once again, the news just keeps on repeating the same stuff.
Well, all the way through this evening, we've been trying to get the words from those who've been caught up in tonight's incidents. Canadian tourists Luca and Jenilyn were staying in a room close to where the incident unfolded. They told Sky News the street was full of confusion.
Just in front of the Borough Market, we're at an Airbnb. We're on the 3rd floor.
Okay.
So that's where we were. I was at the Borough Market just 10 minutes prior.
I was sleeping.
Just getting a Coke. And Jenilyn was sleeping, and then as we came
She
back,
was getting a Coke.
That's what happened.
Are they not boyfriend, girlfriend? When you say her name, she.
Well, I mean, as we came in, we
I don't know. My partner would stab me if I didn't say her name.
And then from there, I mean, you know, again, police sirens, fire trucks, ambulances, everything, and we heard a lot of commotion. So a lot of screaming,
people
a lot of
running
yelling
down the streets, like, yeah, it was pretty traumatizing.
Yeah.
And a lot of police.
A lot of
At
police. And
first there
thankfully-
wasn't, but after a few minutes, everybody started coming.
So there was just a moment. I mean, initially there was a moment of confusion. There was a moment of just
Initially.
not knowing what exactly was going on, and that was probably the scariest part because again, you know, no one really knew what, where, how, and what was exactly happening. Thankfully, then the police did come. Quickly.
I think that's where they're making their mistake out of Passion Zone.
Everyone to evacuate, to get
People aren't just laughing it up. We're not just buying it. We're not just falling for it.
But then we were peeking outside the window to see what was going on, and they called us down. They told us to just leave. So we grabbed all that we could because we're from Canada, so we're supposed to. We have a flight tomorrow that we're supposed to leave to. So all of our luggage and stuff is back there. But
everything's there. Everything's barred down. So we left everything there. Thankfully, I mean, we got out safely, and then we basically ran with everyone as far from the place as possible. Followed the police, you know, the orders.
We're gonna look these guys up.
Yeah, the biggest thing again, it was there before the police
What
came,
did
especially.
anyone know their names?
Question marks, a
What
lot
are
of
their names?
fear and confusion,
They said.
especially downstairs because there were people running out from in all different directions. And thankfully, the police were
Yeah, probably.
out of harm's way for the most part.
Remarkably calm and being caught up in an incident such as
Load
this in
that
an
one back up.
unfamiliar city. But of
Oh,
course,
here we
in times
go.
like this, people do try to get away as quickly as is possible. And we've seen it happen time and again. The taxi drivers of London
stabbed,
step
I
up
looked at
to
him,
the
I saw
mark
blood all down him,
and
his
offered
mate
their
come past,
services.
someone
One
stabbed my
we
mate,
spoke
someone
to a little
stabbed
bit
my
earlier on,
mate.
picked
Next
up
minute I
two
saw these
people
3
who
Muslim
offered
guys
themselves
run up
to be
with knives. They ran up and started stabbing this girl, 3 of them. I was defensive, I couldn't do nothing. And then they attacked
Here's the
her.
hero. Here's the hero.
Stabbed another guy.
Go fund me.
Right, that was a bit shocked. They started running up the road. I started going, everybody run, the terrorists, run, they're stabbing everyone. So I followed them, went down towards the NatWest Bank, towards Borough Market, and then we got round there, they started running in, they ran up to, I think, the tavern, they stabbed the bouncer.
Yeah,
they
me too. Me too,
all the
Pete.
pubs, all the bars, I can't remember all the
Look at
bars.
this hero.
They
This
were
guy's a
stabbing
hero.
everyone. I was going to people, run, I was throwing bottles at them, pint glasses, stools, chairs. I tried to help as many people as I could, but at the end of the day, I was defenceless, mate. If I'd have fell over, they'd have probably killed me.
When you're saying they were stabbing everyone, what did you actually see them do?
They were running up going, this is for Allah. When they first see him, they went,
This
this
is
is
for Allah. There he goes.
They stabbed this girl, I don't know how many times.
There he
10
goes.
times, maybe 15 times. And she was going, help me, and I could not do nothing. I tried to help her. I threw something at him. I was a bike on the floor. I tried to pick up the chair, but he was locked to it, to throw it at him, just to get him away from her. I could not do nothing. And when you look at the CCTV, the police they will see me on the CCTV at Borough Market, chasing them.
Well, hello, Dorothy Shen.
I know, it's a silly
Hoax
thing.
today.
I just tried to save people's
603.
Did
Yeah,
they actually
we've
try and
been
attack
watching
you?
a lot of
Yeah,
stuff
they tried
here.
to stab me. When I threw
Do you have an
chairs-
injury?
No. I threw something at them, like a stool, a chair, and as I threw it at them, it hit them on maybe one of them, two of them on the head, so hit them like that or on the back, and then they run towards me to try to stab me, so I run away. So I know if
There's
I
that
slipped
one. You can
over,
type
I'd
as
been
much
dead
you
now.
want.
I'd been dead. I'd been killed there and then.
So that was an eyewitness called Gerard talking to us a little bit earlier on. Let's just recap for you what we know now about the incidents that have happened over the last few hours. And sometime after 10 o'clock local time,
let's watch.
A van, believed to be a white van, swerved
No
off
problem.
the road at
That way you
London
can
Bridge,
type as much as you want, Dorothy.
and hit a number of pedestrians and passers-by.
I know you got a man's voice.
Closed by police. A number of pedestrians hit by that vehicle. At least one person, we gather,
Yeah, out of
killed,
passion.
and
Little.
at least 20 injured, and they're being treated at half a dozen hospitals now. A police source has told the BBC they were looking for at least three suspects believed to have got out of the van
Well, there's
and
one.
then carried
There's
out stabbing.
two.
So not long after that vehicle attack on London Bridge, there were reports of stabbings taking place at nearby Borough Market. Well, armed police did respond, shots were fired, and police have said that the incidents at London Bridge and Borough Market are being treated
This is our
as
guy with
terrorism.
the pixelated
And we
head,
know that there will be
drawn
a
on
meeting
beard.
of COBRA, that's the government's
This
emergency.
reminds me of
in
the
the morning.
Charlie
threat
Hebdo one,
level had
actually.
been raised after the Manchester attack a few days ago to critical. It was
Better
then
turn that
reduced
down.
again to severe, which is what it stands at the moment. But clearly a large number of armed police on patrol, and it seems some of those armed police did respond after this attack. And there was a picture taken of what is believed to have been one of the assailants on the ground, having been
Cheers, pal.
intercepted and
No
shot
problem,
by
Eternal.
the police. And this is a man who had canisters strapped to his
I've been,
body. We don't know
running
quite
quite
what
a
the
few hours
canisters
now.
were, but it's clear from that photograph
Well, let's
you
see.
can see that there
Since
were
it
canisters
started,
strapped
because like I said, I was doing the SpaceX and then it came onto here.
to his body. Let's talk now, or hear now, from the photographer, the Italian photographer who took that picture.
Came in.
Here we go.
The
This is the guy.
and stabbed some other man. I'm not sure about this or what else
Listen to him.
happened. When I got in, a man tried to pull me off of the scene, and I actually ran towards the scene because I noticed this man with this.
Here, let's look at this guy again.
Looking
Professional.
shells
Watch him.
on their chests.
There's his
and,
Twitter.
And yeah, and they.
Let's look at him on
they were
LinkedIn.
running. They didn't even know, I guess, what they were
Let's
running.
look at
And
this
the police
guy.
officer was trying to put himself between them and the crowd.
See if we can find him
And after that, they were almost coming towards me. I tried to run
Let's
away,
look at him
and
on
then they
LinkedIn.
went going towards the main street.
And we'll see what he is.
At that point, I ran towards them, and more police came over.
Gotta
and,
keep looking at
I
this
guess
guy.
They were like on radio or something, because in the
Oh, I don't wanna
like 2 or 5 seconds they shot all the 3
join.
lanes
I'm
down.
not gonna join.
And yeah,
We'll go back one.
So that's what
We'll
I
go back one.
honestly saw. Yeah, any question?
Let's see what he says on Facebook.
And
He's
the
probably
man
put his
that
all
you
on
took the
Facebook
picture
already
of,
too.
These canisters
Just
that
let's
were
see.
on his body, I mean, what did you think they were?
There's his Facebook. Let's see what this guy is
On
about.
the first side, I thought it wasn't anything real.
Audio.
It didn't look real to me, though I'm not like the person that could honestly
Well, he's
say
put him on his
it's
Facebook
real
yet.
or not, because I
Oh, here we
no
go.
experience in regard, but they
Yeah,
look like
he's put it on his Facebook now.
a toy to me, so
Let's have a look.
that's why I wasn't too scared.
Okay, yeah, it's all over his
Just tell us
Facebook.
what you've been in this part of London. You were
What time
watching
did he
the
put
football,
that
I
up?
think. Is that right?
Yes, that's alright.
18
I'm a
minutes.
Juventus fan, and since
put
I'm
it in
the
the
rental
Herald.
photographer, I was simply there. I saw the
57
situation
minutes
coming
ago.
up, and
57
I ran
minutes
towards
ago
it.
he put
And,
this up.
Yeah, I was just,
Check that out.
looking for the truth.
57 minutes
the situation seemed to
ago.
happen.
But you must have been,
Go
I mean,
down.
pretty alarmed by what you saw and what was going on all around you.
It's. I've been in.
So he was right on it.
Like this
He was right on it.
I mean, I don't think you realize how scary it can possibly be until you put yourself into it. Because
Yeah.
it was like, even
Look
a
at that.
policeman could have shot me, because it was like
Policeman
me,
could have shot
police,
my ass.
and these three
There you go.
men. So
So he's blasted
I was
this
lucky, definitely.
all over now. He's been a very busy man while he's doing
That
interviews.
picture we've been looking at.
Yeah.
Let me just bring you up to date on what we do know in terms of casualties. We gather
Look
at
at
least
that.
one
That's
person
incredible.
has been killed, and
Okay,
at
let's have a
least
look at
20
your link.
injured and taken to 6 different hospitals around here after this twin attack on London Bridge and then at Borough Market. Now let's hear the latest developments. I've been talking to our Home Affairs correspondent, Tom Simons.
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's
So
important
that
to
guy's
understand
a
the geography here. People who don't know London
Just
won't know
something
this
else.
area. London Bridge
Don't wanna say.
runs from the city across
But
the Downs.
I'm amazed that
Very,
that
very
photographer,
area of London. I come here a lot to go to the
57
courts,
minutes
to
ago,
reporting. London
shortly
Bridge Station, very,
into
very
it,
busy. One
he
of
was
the
able to
stations
capture that
is
picture,
somewhere
and
where
he's
he's
been able to
heading
blast
west
it
after
all
the
over his
bridge.
Twitter.
Bridge
He's been
is
able to
just round
blast
the
it
corner
all
from
over
the
his
Borough
Facebook,
Market, and that's an area where
and
there are
he's already
surveys,
given it to
in the daytime
several
photos,
newspapers, as we
people
see
sitting
on
on
his
that sort of
site.
thing. Now, we understand from eyewitnesses, and clearly we have to have a little health warning there. Eyewitnesses sometimes think they've seen something, describe things in various ways that isn't entirely accurate. But what the eyewitnesses seem to be centering on, really, is a white van crashing into pedestrians at the southern end of the bridge. I think outside a pub that's just there on the southern end of the bridge. 2, possibly 3, possibly 4 men getting out of the van, armed with knives, attacking people on the pavement just near
Oh, it's
where
gone
that collision
3,
happened,
possibly 4
running
now.
down round the corner into the
Look at
Borough
that.
Market area. And in that area are lots of pubs and cafes. I've spoken to an eyewitness there who
So
runs
he's
security
got it
for a
to
number of
this
those
paper.
establishments, and he said that he was getting reports.
Just
by-
put it
by
there,
phone of
Instagrammed
people
it. What time did he
being attacked.
Instagram
So
it?
that means that this took a bit of time
Keith
to
Anderson,
develop.
radio talk
People were
show
stabbed,
host.
and then
That's
that's
an hour ago.
And then he went out and saw
An hour.
attacks happening in front of his eyes. He
Then
was
we
able
got
to take
him
up. He saw a woman in her early
20
20s,
minutes in
stabbed
the
severely
Morning Herald.
and go to the ground very badly injured.
He's a very busy,
He
very
described one of
busy
the attackers
photographer,
having
and he's given
like
interviews.
canisters taped to his body. We've seen a picture from a photographer that seems to suggest that is a correct description. We don't know what the canisters are. And then there is some sort of police intervention. Shots are fired. We're pretty sure about that. But the police have not said anything about the shooting. And I think that's important.
Yeah, that doesn't
to
make
understand.
sense.
And we need to understand why that is. To me, it suggests to me they're trying to work out exactly what shots were fired before putting out a very brief, factual statement of what happened, what the outcome was, how many attackers there were. And the other key piece of information we are still waiting for is even a rough idea of what the number of people killed in this incident is, the number of injuries. As you've discussed, Ben, hospitals, the major trauma units in this part of London, very well used to dealing with this sort of thing. They will be under their full procedures for dealing with an emergency like this. So an awful lot going on. As you see, the police still monitoring the scene.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, shrink that down.
A police helicopter overhead there, yeah. It's been here most of the evening, luckily circling around the same area, which we often look at where the helicopter is because it tells us what's going on.
See where
circling
we
in
are.
the same area. It doesn't look like this is an incident that is continuing. Some false alarms around the place.
It doesn't look like an incident that's continuing.
To be happening on a busy
Did you hear
Saturday
that?
night in London. And also finally just some controlled explosions. We think, again, police have not confirmed this, but seem to be.
And controlled explosions again.
Likely to be the police dealing with bags.
Oh, this is quite the footage. Watch how the cops come into this place. This is amazing.
And
Let's turn him off.
we're hearing.
Watch this. Watch this. Watch how the police rush in here. Look at this. Look at this. They've got their gloves on. Watch. They create complete panic. And this guy, watch this guy. Oh, where is he? Where is he? Watch. See? Just walks through on his phone. Mr. Director. Yeah, when I get some time here, I'll be subbing into everybody. And that's coming in. Anybody who's coming in, because I've got some interesting comments from everybody. But it is 3:27 now, and I need some sleep because I didn't expect to be doing this. But everyone take care, and have a good night. And any more information or videos or anything, just send them off to me, and we'll go through them. If you find anything interesting that you want to comment on, just feel free to email me. Oh, you're welcome, Derp, and take care. What I'll do is I'll let me do this. Okay, Eternal. Cheers. Thanks, guys. Hey, John and Julie. When did you guys pop in? Yeah, you guys all take care. Love you all. Peace. And don't be fooled. And whatever you do, you know, stay awake and stay vigilant. We got to keep watching, because things are getting really heated. They're really getting heated. And it's a son of a gun. And Vinny, let's hope to see you real soon, within the next day or two, buddy. All right? Take care. Okay. How you, Candy? How you doing? Remember the crazy guy that was talking to you earlier in Hangouts. Okay. You guys all be safe. Peace. Take care, everyone. Stopping now.